Okay, who's ready for some Factorio for today? I'm jumping in just a little bit early. I guess I should have waited until the game was actually loaded, but, that allows me to talk about a thing real quick. I do have something to do a little bit later today, so this will be a somewhat shorter stream, but I'm sure I'll mention that again in a little bit. As always, allow me to do a quick sound test, so I'm going to stop talking for a second. Yeah, okay, so maybe something right around in here I think is good. Let me just run with this real quick. Yeah, okay. Muting stream, and let's dive in. So, where we left off yesterday was a major mile point. We have... Let me find it. Requester chests! Yay! The real base can finally begin. Not that the groundwork has not already been laid. The new base is already taking shape down here, but now we finally have the means to begin automating all of the buildings and such that we need. I mean, I could have continued this horrible spaghetti mess on the side, I suppose, but now that we have requester chests, everything's going to be so much easier, and I can stop messing with whatever this is. So I have a quick handcrafting queue that I'm chewing through first. That's going to be bits and bobs for the new base. And I suppose while that's going, I will just try and take stock of where we are real quick. So I have some transport drones. I would like to have a few more, most likely, but that's fine. We seem to be limited from logic circuits, but that's because I've been hand-feeding those so far. I will go ahead... Excuse me. Since I do already have these automated over in the science area, I believe I will just remove this. I will leave the one for purple inserters, though, because they aren't made anywhere else. Though, I guess if you also need logic circuits... No, that makes no sense. I was gonna say, maybe since they both needed logic circuits, they can both be made here. No, let's not overcomplicate it. You can just also have an input from there. So what do you not have? You don't have anything. Okay. Fair enough. Could I get you anything if I wanted to? Well, this belt is messed up, so let's clean that real quick, just while I'm here. No, it would be difficult to get you really literally anything, so let's just copy you into there. So all of your materials can just be requested in. And what do you need? You need antenna... Okay, well, you need basically everything except the inserters and the cars. You do have the cars coming in. Antennas are not even automated yet, but I will get on that. Yeah. So I guess let's start with arithmetic combinators, and then we'll do antennas as well. And it is 5 of these. Though the recipe does give 3 drones in return, so not too terrible. There you are. Probably don't want to keep 50 in here, let's keep like 10. That's 2 recipes worth, that seems fine, though maybe I'll bump that a little bit. I don't know how fast that recipe is. I'm sure we're going to be limited by cars, but might as well give it its best shot. Same up here. Let's just give you like 20. Go ahead and bump some of these numbers up just a touch. Just to have the components available. I don't know why. I just like having nice round numbers in my requester chests. It just makes... It makes everything a little nicer. Okay, so handcrafting queue is finished. Let's finally get those first. Yeah, let's go. So first requester chest has been placed. We can see motors apparently are not being provided from anywhere. I knew the antennas would not be. Motors at least are relatively easy to with. No, you're just empty. Never mind. I suppose what I can do then, let's see, how do I want to do this? So, I'll explain my thinking. This is supplying other things down this belt. So I don't want to disable its output. I don't want to disable this inserter, because I was thinking about doing a logistics limit on it and then making more motors somewhere else, but that would break other things. But I also, for the same reason, don't want to disable this inserter to keep a backlog. I guess where it is fine. Motors are cheap. It's fine. I do make motors over here with insulated wire instead, and so I was going to just supply these somehow. What I'd like to do is put you right here, but if I did you immediately, you'd output onto this belt, and I don't want that. So what if I just set you over here, and went ahead and pre-configured you. So that's 1, 2, 3. So 3 away. And there you are. And then red chest. And then this one can be logistics limited. So let's say motor. There you are. And we'll keep like 200 motors in storage. There we are. So that will at least have motors coming in down this way. Now we need antennas. Antennas are a little tricky. They take a bunch of not very nice materials, but now that we have the wonderful, wonderful power of bots, that is not going to be an issue for us. Let me go ahead and craft up a couple more. These are the core ingredients of both of these type chests. Like if I just hover them, you can see the recipe there. So that way I can have quite a few more of these just on hand and ready to go. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and set up a blueprint. This is something I pretty much always do every game. Just going to pop down a couple assemblers, like so, with a requester in the middle, and a provider on the side. Then you're going to get a power pole in you. I know this doesn't make too much difference, but let me just rework it to be a little nicer because I'm thinking about how this is going to tile. For example, if I went ahead and just grabbed another one of these, gave it the old horizontal flipperoo. Well, now when I grab them and I tile them, it's just a little nicer, I think. It might be literally the same, but I think from what I was going to have before, this is a smidge nicer. So, ever since 2.0, since you can set recipes on assemblers, or rather, you can read ingredients from an assembler, you can do that too, but you can read the ingredients of a recipe from an assembler, and then set the requester chest to that. That is what I want to do. So, you're going to be parameterized, and you're going to read ingredients. Outputs the ingredients required for the current crafting recipe. I'm going to just copy that to all of these guys, and then change the parameter. There we are, and there we are. And then also what I would like to do, how do I usually limit these? Hold on, for some reason I'm brain blanking is what I was trying to say. I think I usually disable the assembler itself. And so I'll do this, grab the parameter since that's what we are producing. The problem is that sometimes this breaks. For example, we have a power pole recipe right here. The recipe does not provide the item, if that makes sense. Like, the recipe here is for power pole improved, whereas what it produces is a power pole 1. And so this recipe, just as an example, would break in this setup, but that's just something I have to be mindful of. Let's see, let's just copy that in again. and then change all these parameters one more time. Just easier to do it this way, and you have to remember to set unique numbers in here. 0 often doesn't work nicely with circuit network stuff, so let's change that. And just work our way down. That's belts. And number 3. There we go. And then, of course, these just have to be set to set requests. And the same over here. I'll even go ahead and do trash unrequested here, just so we don't wind up with any garbage in here potentially if I change recipes or what have you. And then we just set the blueprint. So this is going to be a mall square, and in the parameter sections, the values in here, we do want to be parameters. So whenever you look in here, we don't get the little tooltip that I remember. Interesting. I know there's got to be a way to bring that up. I'm pretty sure I remember what it is all the same. I'm just trying to bring it up from the depths of my brain. Let me see if I can just wing this. So I believe it would be something like P0. Okay, hold on. Oh, there they are, there they are. Okay. See, I knew I was getting at something, I just couldn't quite remember what it was. So, what I'm trying to do is set it so that the assembler is disabled once we have more than half a stack of the item we are trying to craft. So in this case, the 10, I'm pointing at my screen like you can see me, but the 10 value over here was the one that we put as the limit for recipe 0. So we want P0 underscore S down there at the bottom if you see that. P0 underscore S would give us the stack size of parameter 0. Like that. And we don't usually want to keep a full stack because these could be expensive buildings or, you know, things like that. So usually I do times 0.5. And sometimes I'll have to come in and manually change that, but for the most part, that's just what I want to roll with. So let's copy that into everything and then update as needed. And yes, this goes to red, but yes, it does still work. And there we go. Hold on, I did actually keep that. Yes, I did. Okay. Kind of thought I might have accidentally deleted that immediately after making it. I guess I don't need you on my hotbar. I can just access you from in here. And let's see, where would I like a bot mall to go, even just temporarily? Since all my materials, for the most part, are right here, honestly, I'd really like the bot mall to squeeze in, like, right at this level here. But since there's no roboports down there, I'll just start from over here, I think. I mean, seems good enough a starting place as any. So, let's see. I do have purples being made up there, but I guess that's silly. I'll just move them down here. I do need antennas. And let's see, what else can I make down here? I think I do have the different chest variants being made already, so I won't bother with them, but I do want these guys, so maybe I'll bring all of those in together. So let me ignore that for a moment. I believe these will be a component, assuming I can already make them. Yes. They are components in rail signals. We're not that far away from batteries. Electrolyzer 2s, so yeah, they are components, we will need them. Let's just go ahead and give them a spot. Looking for other things in here I might want that are just kinda whatevers. For example, small furnaces. Let's do that. And then over here, you get to be the dedicated mall constructor tile. Which I suppose also means I should have assemblers in here, but I think I'm gonna hold off just a moment. Let's see. Maybe small miners. Small miners are a component that are used in a lot of things. Oh, which take mining tools. Maybe I'll just do... like... I do believe I have turbines somewhere, so if I do that, those should just get made. So let's go down the line and do small miner. Small miner 2. And then... I believe medium miner is needed for you. Yes, so medium miner and then medium miner 2. And we are not going to clear that assembler right there, which is a shame. For now, we have the tier 1 furnace. I guess I should go ahead and do the other furnaces that I can. And then crushers would be nice to have, so let's get you and the tier 2. Just looking to see what you take. You do take red splitters, which I don't actually have automated yet. But once again, now that I have requester chests, I can get on that. One thing I should probably do is I'm noticing that we are out of assemblers. So I do want to make a few, but I also want to make a square that will make me assemblers. So let's see, let's get both of the smalls, and then both of the mediums. There we are. Thank you, bots. Let's see, what do I need to make more of you? Iron plate. My personals are off for some reason. I'm sure I had a good reason for doing that, but I cannot recall why that could have possibly been. So while I allow the bots to fill me up over there, and that will allow me to make the final assemblers down here, I will just continue placing more squares. This placement's a little tight, but whatever, let's go with it. What I do want to make sure that I get down is things like air filters and implants, distilleries, the things that I need to continue expanding the base. Electrolyzers are not a bad take. And then, like, once again, just right there, you're just right in the way. I placed this one tile too high. But I guess that's fine. I will place another tile down here, and then give you the bot supplies. So, chargers. Do chargers take anything weird? Antennas, capacitors? Not really. Okay. How about you? Do you take anything weird? Not anything I don't already make. And then you... Okay, you do take some weird things. You take red belts, which, again, I don't really have automated, but you also take train stops. Fortunately, I do have one more space here. Let's see, what do you take? I can manage that. Okay. I suppose if I have train stops down there, it would be reasonable to put some of the other train stuff, like rail signals, in here. I'd also like to have the transport drone buildings, so let's just go ahead and pop those in. And just kind of continue working our way down the line. What would something else be? Maybe... I feel like there's probably something in here I'd like to have, but I'm not seeing it and I don't want to dwell on it for right now. I have crushers, and I have crusher tier 2s, those are over there. Got my assemblers. I don't make beacons yet. I'm not sure if I'm not worried about that, honestly. They're not expensive though, so I might as well have a few. I would like to have solar collectors automated, which does mean I'd like to have heat exchangers automated. And I can make heat exchanger 2s. Yeah, let's go ahead and throw you in there, and then you in there. I do have the heat pipe for you, so let's just say that's fine. I don't actually have the research for you yet. Okay. Well, let's pick something else then. Fabrication. Fabrication tools. And then just change you to there, and what's your stack limit? Stack size 50, so 25 actually still works. What do you know? The reason I wanted to do fabrication tools, of course, is so that then next to them I can do fabrication 2s. And then we can do intermediaries. So then we can do bot frames, wherever those happen to be. Do bot frames have to be made in a strange building? Bot frames might have to be made in like a small assembler or something, which is something I've noticed some of these things take. I suppose I can do sensors instead. Let me just keep working my way down. I'm only going to do another 1 or 2 of these, I think. I guess I can go ahead and throw radars in there. You know, tanks would actually be quite nice to have. I do have tier 1 tanks, but tier 2s would be nice as well. Alright, bots. Let me turn personals off for a moment. That way I can make a couple assemblers and choose where they go for myself so that I can manually place these guys and start the automation of more assemblers. I do appreciate that you are hard-working bots, but we do need to get a move on at some point. Though while I wait for these to finish, I think I will take a sip of coffee. There we go. And we're almost there. So, here's the first. And the second. The third. And the final. There we go. Now at least they can start requesting the materials they will need. I guess I will need those fabrication tools as well, however, so looks like I will be making a couple more. Just waiting on iron plate. I might just go grab some iron plate. The bots are great. I love their work ethic, but sometimes it is still faster at this point in the game to just go grab the thing that you need. There we are. And then make you. And make a couple more, because I'm sure I'm gonna need more. In fact, let's just queue one more. I'm sure I'm gonna need it. Let's see. So, what's important? You take all base materials, so you can go in. The tier 2, I also need the chests. That's fine. Let's get the sensors down. And I have 2 more on the way, it looks like. Is there anything in particular I'd like to make sure I have first? Not really anything in particular. It would be nice to have them start making some of these bot materials, I guess. So, I'll wing you over there. And maybe I'll just go ahead... Ooh, excuse me. Drinking the coffee kind of closed my throat up for a second there. What else? What else? I need chests. Those should be up here getting made. I do need the antennas, though. Where are the antennas made? I know I definitely put them somewhere. There you are. Red wire! I never made a red wire assembler. That would do it. You also can't get bricks, so that's important to note. Okay. Let's get one more mall stamp down this way. So, red wire, that is an interesting one. That might have to be made in a small assembler. In fact, being that I don't see it in intermediaries, which is where I assume it must be, I'm gonna go ahead and say I am correct there. You know what? I bet I can put a small stamp over here. Let's grab small assemblers. There we go. And let's just move you in a touch. Now, yes, there they are. So, red wire takes insulated. Okay, we have all that junk. We can do green wires there as well. Let's go ahead and get robot frames in here, since it seems they also must be made in a small assembler. Wonder if there's anything else that I should take care of while I'm in here. Aren't you used in something? No, actually. Not really. The bots themselves must be made in small assemblers. That's odd. But fine, but fine. Okay. I would like to get some of these wells also before I'm done, and probably combustion chambers, so let's not forget that. The fact that I need really like one more small assembler is kind of annoying. But you know, I guess it just must be done. What do you take? You take all kinds of stuff, including an open turbine too, which I do not make. Okay. What I would like to do first is put you there. And then I'm going to do the same thing I did just a second ago. Put you there. But I'm going to just leave that off because these are going to get picked up. Which does remind me, I do need to hook you guys up appropriately. And read ingredients and disable you. Robot frames, what do you stack to? What do you stack to? Stack size 50, so 25 seems reasonable enough. Stack 200. So 100. That's quite a lot, honestly, but whatever. I also forgot to do read ingredients on the other one, so I'll go back and do that. There we go. And read ingredients. Read ingredients. Stack size. You know what? Let's just allow you to stack up a little higher than that. Let's keep, like, 50 of you just on hand. Or actually, that's fine, actually, because I'm going to be requesting them somewhere else, and I can just keep a buffer somewhere else. So, I'm okay with that. So, once again, let's get these little guys in here. So, the first one is, of course, going to be construction bots. And once again, let's remember to wire these in, since we are breaking the assemblers, so this doesn't really work as our original blueprint anymore. Read ingredients, you're going to be... Oh, you stacked at 50. Okay. Interesting. Did I read you correctly, or are you just... Yeah, you only stacked to 20. Okay. Fair enough. What can I throw into here? Things that I don't really care about, most likely. Maybe things like small pump 1 and those wells I was just talking about. There we are. So, let's not forget to set them up appropriately. There you are. 50 is quite a lot of those, being that they're made from pump 2s. But whatever, it's fine. You stack to 50, so let's set you to 25. And once again, read ingredients, read ingredients. Okay. Then we still have this one guy down here. What can I do with you? I'm sure there's probably something that should go in here. Let me just check these, make sure... Like, you weren't used in anything, correct? No. Are you used in anything? You're used in exos. I would like to have exos. But I'll probably be handcrafting those when I do need them, so I'm not that concerned about it. I already have lamps. I'm kind of eyeing the holographic displays here. Maybe I'll have those automated. Modules actually must be made in small assemblers. That is true. That is true. What I might do is, since this is just a random one over here, I'll do like a barreling pump or something here. Stack size. Yeah, sure. I realize that's not quite half, but I don't need that many barreling pumps. I will not use that many barreling pumps, most likely for the entire game. Make sure all of these have read ingredients checked. Just because I have been skimping on that a little bit. Okay. And then one more time, what I think I will do is just copy this, move you over, and manually change these recipes. And these recipes, of course, will be the modules. So you stack to 50, so 25 works. Let's see, stack size 50. So let's change that right there. And just so on down the line. Assume all of these will stack to 50. So I will set the maximum appropriately. I might even come back later and just change these, raise them up a little bit, but for the time being, I don't really see the point. Anyway, there's the row of smalls that just so happens to fit under this guy. As always, it's like it was planned. It certainly wasn't, but it sure is like it. Alright, I did kind of expect we would have a little more progress through this area, though actually now that I think about it, I don't think I'm able to make these. You're missing fabrication tools, which are missing everything because you don't have chests. Do I not make chests? You're missing you, because you're missing red wire. Because you're missing chests. Okay, fair enough. Let's just come over here and do a little more manual work at this. And these will likely be the last ones that I have to build by myself. Let's just continue running down here. Okay, I am out and we're also out of bot range. So let me see, where does that work in? Right there. That's fine with me. And then we need another one like right there, and I can work with that as well. So you, for the time being, can just connect like this. And where are you? You can connect right there. That works just fine. Now, all of these guys should have bot coverage. Let's see. You should be able to get all of your parts. You don't have insulated wire, though. What is insulated wire made from? Also, power is not looking so good. Okay, for the first time in a while, I do need to address power again. Does look like it's mostly a wind problem, though. Wind has just decided to tank, and so my power went with it. Anyway, you need to be a red chest. Let's just get that going. Should be any time now. And there we go. Okay. Oh, I guess they're supplying me with wire. Yes, they are. I guess I should save them some effort and grab a bit of wire myself. That way they can start carrying it over this way. And let's see, where else needs help? So you do need repair packs. I do not make repair packs. So let's get that going, I suppose. Wherever that might happen to be. So, repair pack. I might as well make these self-repair packs. I don't know when I'm gonna need those. That's honestly frightening. But I'd rather have them and not need them than need them and not, not have them, if I'm allowed to speak. The only question then is, what else do I fill out this square with? Which I'm not entirely sure. Already have all the rail signal stuff over that way. I cannot make the improved lamp recipe. I'm definitely not making red circuits right now. Not that I have the ability to. I don't think I can make walls, and I don't know why I would if I could. Another assembler making insulated wire, actually maybe not the wildest idea. Yeah, let's do that. That way I don't have to steal so much from science. And then since so many things do need... okay. I was gonna say, since so many things do need... Let me see, can I move? Not really. The little yellow combinators that they're calling circuits, I was gonna just make more, but I can't really do that here, unfortunately. So what can I just throw in here for fun? Solar panels, not an awful choice. Don't think I have the research for those yet, though. I will very soon, actually. I don't know if I'm ever going to wind up using them, to tell you the truth, but I would like to have them, given the ability. And I guess one more thing. While I am here, I said I should have these, and then I just didn't make them. So I have heat exchangers. Yeah, there's a heat exchanger over there. But I don't have combustion engines. Combustion chambers, rather. So let's get combustion chamber 1 and 2. I have turbines made somewhere, but let's make open turbines 2. And let's also get closed turbine 1s. That way, I can also make closed turbine 2s. Do I want to go ahead and do that? Yeah, let's, because I will forget. So, closed turbine 2s. I guess I can make compressors, which does mean I need to make pump 2s. And chimneys. I don't make chimneys anywhere. There we are. Okay. So, I'm sure I'm gonna need more than that, but I don't want to stand out here doing this all day, so I'm gonna leave it there for now, while the bots just continue to fill me with more materials. Speaking of materials, I can probably slowly start weaning back on how much handcrafting materials I need, now that I won't be doing as much handcrafting. Let's see. Like, that's one stack. That's a stack. Anything that I keep 2 stacks of, I probably don't want to be keeping 2 stacks of anymore, but it doesn't look like anything in here meets that criteria. I'm sure I have things. Pipes. You are just a crafting material, so let's go ahead and just not request tier 1 pipes anymore. I think I just want to remove you. And you can go into auto trash now, so pipe. Like, just verifying that I have everything that I could want from you. Tanks I have, one-ways I have, chimneys I have, turbines I have, yes. So I do not need to keep tier 1 pipes on me any longer. I can also get rid of tier 1 undergrounds. Whoops. And so those will just get whisked away to wherever they are needed. I don't make outfalls anywhere, which probably would have been a nice to have, as well as seawater intakes, but you know, we'll get to little things like that as we get to them. I'm not that concerned about it. We have a power blackout. Yeah, we have steam. The turbines are doing their best. We just don't have enough to keep everything running. And this is working as intended. We are running these turbines without starving everything, trying to pump steam out this way. So, yeah, wind is completely dead right now, which, you know, does make it somewhat understandable. Yeah, everything is just a little sad. These mines also need to be moved. I was interpreting that as a power symbol after seeing the accumulators flashing next to them also. Actually, that's just the miners that need to move. In fact, it's probably long since time. I've had construction bots since the beginning of the game, but I've only just recently unlocked actual, like, real miners. I should, while I'm doing blueprinting stuff, go ahead and get a reasonable miner blueprint made. Hello, bots. You may continue to bring and take stuff from me, I suppose, but only for a moment. Oh yeah, do I make mines? Yes, I do. Okay, I mean, not yet, but I have the materials in place to make them. Let's see, what are these guys missing? They should be ready to go, they just actually need assemblers, which are, at the moment, just missing fabrication tools. I can't make fabrication tool 2s. Tool 1s are just missing iron rods, so fair enough. Iron rods are up here, so they have the ability. They just aren't choosing to do so. I just need more logistics bots, and they just need to be faster, which, you know, fair enough. Buildings. I don't want to be requesting assemblers right now. In fact, go ahead and take whatever I do have. Landfill's cool. I like having a landfill. I do need to address the red belt at some point. Right now they're just bringing me materials, and I think I'm good on materials for right now. Let's go do something else a little more useful. So, I do have these large miners also. I made a couple of those because there are a couple ore fields I would like to tap sometime today. But for the time being, this is a higher priority. So let's go ahead and get some of this cleaned up. I won't touch the stuff that is still working, but all of this in here does need to go. Let's do the same down this way. Grab all of these guys. And is this needed? This one's not, but that one is. Okay. So, grab some miners. I guess I'll do 2 blueprints, one for mediums and one for large. So let's just get these guys in here. Tier 2 poles. Do you reach? Yes, you do. Love to see it. I didn't really intend for you to actually turn on, but oh well, it's not the end of the world. And then blueprint, or rather, blueprint. You're going to snap the grid, relative. Why are you so weird? That's not, nope. There we are. I kind of half remembered that you could drag the flag. I swear you could drag the flag somehow to change where it was anchored. Anchored. I can do words properly. Whatever. I know I can move you down here. There we are. Okay. And I believe that is correct, though I think I have to bring it in one, otherwise the power poles do not connect properly. So just bring you in like that. Yeah, okay. So let's pick you up and fill my inventory with wonderful ore. There we are. You go in here. And then I will do one for the large miners as well. You can see the large miners are a good bit larger, but all the same, they will come together no different. So, place them in, place the belts, and power pole in, and grab them. Reduce width, relative, and move you into place. And I'll make a blueprint book for that in a moment. I was just trying to get these picked up before they started filling everything with ore. That being the case, I think I will go ahead and pick up these miners in here. And just neaten things up a smidge. That being the case, I will run power poles for these guys over to here, so they are no longer dependent on this little scraggly connection down at the bottom. And I can clean that up. There we go. Nothing else is unpowered, everyone's happy. Okay. So, let's go ahead and make a blueprint book, like I was just saying. You will be the miner book. Let's set an icon of a miner for you. And pop you in. And pop you in. Yes. All good, all cool. So, let's get mediums into this guy, because I don't really see a point in doing larges. And then I can just click and drag, and I do have to do filtering, but I think that is a small price to pay for the sheer convenience of just not having to worry about it. We'll need some power poles for these guys on the end here, since there's a belt in the way of where their power is supposed to be. But we will get there. Bots, why have you done this? Okay, I guess it's up to me to fix that. There we are. There you are. Oh, you were probably connecting to these over here. That does make sense. Let's go ahead and just rip all of that up. Just real quick. And this is real bad. Can I do anything about you? I can just bring you down this way. And that works. Also need more miners, apparently. Didn't realize I was, that short. Pop you in, and pop you in. Just to get the last little bits of ore. In fact, we're missing one right there. Still covered. Okay. So everything coming in from this side should be nickel. Let's bring that in one. Let's make it a little neater. There we are. Where do they meet? Okay, we don't get mixed ores up until this area in here, so I don't have to filter anything that isn't on this belt, it looks like. This belt will also need filtering, so this belt and this belt. Point being, this belt can just come up, however, and go in. So, filter you for nickel. Not nickel ore, there you are. Flip you around. And out you go. Might as well bring you up so I can do a little merge right there. And out you go. I would actually quite like possible to do some lane balancing there, just so all the mines are being pulled from evenly. Let's grab you. I also have so much ore on me. Let's get rid of that real quick. There we are. And then the bauxite can continue up this way, and we'll deal with it in a moment. Let's go ahead and grab a copy of this guy and pop him just like right here. I guess you can just feed into the top, honestly. That's not a good idea. Let's do that. In which case, I'll go ahead and just take all of this and put you like right there. Just minimize wasted belt. Merge you in. And then this is just bauxite coming up, which needs to come out right through here, unfortunately. Let's just move the sand a smidge. There we are. Just makes it a little easier to get this guy in here. Also, there's more ore up here that I'm not tapping. So, let me see. I can just do something weird like that. How do I get you out? Okay. So I can do this, I guess. So that's the main output. There's also more up here. That's a little annoying. So something like this works. Sure. In you go. There we are. Okay. And then just pop you in there. And then in you go. That's not too bad. It's not too good, but it's not too bad. I would, once again, if possible, just like to lane balance this, so all the mines work equally. Really, is that any benefit or any concern whatsoever? No, but it's there now, so it will work. This will back up as soon as we back up on nickel, which is a little unfortunate, but I guess this line will back up if we back up on bauxite, so it is important to have some unmixed lanes. I won't worry about it unless it becomes a problem. Oh, cool. Okay. Let's get bots up here. That way the bots can finish filling this out. I can just put you over there. And where does that get me? Okay, that's wonderful construction range. That should do everything, it looks like. So I'll leave the rest of that to the bots. Thank you. Why do I have belts in there? Couldn't tell yet. Power poles also, that's odd. I guess because I deconstructed a big swath of things. We have this big dead zone in there. Let me grab a relay. And just put you right in there. And let's see, how much progress has been made down here? Oh, hey man, how's it going? I've just been dealing with early game bot stuff, getting the... what would you call this? The second starter base, kind of fleshed out with some bot stuff, fixing problems that have been plaguing me for a while. Wind is finally picking up again, so power's not completely dead. Doing good, love to hear it. Been playing any more Pi recently. This still needs logic circuit. Actually just kind of needs everything, it looks like. Oh, I forgot to do something. Aw, that's gonna be a pain to deal with. Usually when I set up my bot mall squares like this, I throw a arithmetic combinator in there to do multiplication. I kinda forgot. Oof. Trying to beat Space Age in under 40 hours. That is a difficult one. I'm trying to remember the first time I did Space Age. Yeah, I came in, not that I was racing, but I came in well over 40. I think I was coming in near 100 hours, but granted, I was trying to go for kind of a completionist more than anything, so I guess the opposite of a speedrun. Yeah, I can't just stare at this and expect the problem to get better. Let's find combinators. I have some on me, what do you know? So let's see. Yeah, I didn't even really leave room in the blueprint for this, unfortunately. So, I think I'll do something like this. Yeah, so you connect into here and there, and then disconnect from there. And you do the same, so you no longer connect to this guy, but instead to this guy. And that's really messy and awful. That's just no good at all. Yeah, how do I make this better? I did flip you around, is that neater? Like maybe... It's still pretty spiderwebby. It's still pretty bad. How much do I care? How much do I want to rework this? The answer, not a lot. Let's just go. So, input. Each times 5. Output each. And then copy. Oh, I really only need one, I guess. Well, no, I need two because I need to keep them separated. If this were 2.1 with the ability to output on different colors, we would be all set. But unfortunately, since I have to output both colors, there is not anything I can do. There's no way to really split this up. It just has to be this way. Even worse, though, is that there is not a good way to copy and paste this everywhere. This will be a pretty manual process, which is not only going to be a pain, it's prone to mistakes. What I will probably do is I can copy the entire center in here, since none of that is specific. None of the requester chests or anything like that are set to anything special. And that way I can at least maintain the wire connections between the combinators and the requester chests. And then this area will need something special to happen. I'm not even sure what I'm going to do over there yet, but we will get there. Okay, so how can I think about this? So you need to connect to you, which needs to connect to you, which needs to disconnect from you. Yeah, there's not really a good speedy way to do this, I guess. And it is something I have to kind of focus on, because if I do it incorrectly, then I wind up with bad connections. There we go. I think so far so good. Yeah, nothing looks out of place. Nothing looks out of place. Yeah, just gotta slow and careful, slow and careful. That needs to be disconnected. What? Hold on, what? Okay. First mistake, but I caught it. Easy enough. I'm not entirely sure what I did, but I did something. But I fixed it. And that's what counts. Okay, then we're up there, and we're fine. So, coming over to this one. Disconnect, disconnect, and reconnect. Disconnect, disconnect, and reconnect. And just on and on it goes. Making sure I connect the right assemblers to the right comparators. And this is why it's important to do this right the first time. There we are. And in you go. You disconnect, and reconnect. Out, out, in, out, out, in, out, out, in, out, in, out, in. Just to shake things up a little bit. Have some fun. And, we have, at long last, made it to the last one. Okay. That was a thrilling time and everything, but hopefully I will not need to do that again. Looks like we do have sensors coming in. Yeah, I do need to make repair packs. So let me get that going. Maybe I'll make just one of these to speed things along, one at a time. Oh boy, it sure is slow. But with this, that should allow us to start actually making more assemblers. I hope. It's showing not being able to get lots of things it should be able to get. Maybe that's just a problem of bot. Yes, all 100 plus logistics bots are currently busy. I guess that's fine. Let's get some of these mini guys over here marked in. And go ahead and turn you off. And let's see. So, let's get the frames built. And after frames, I will go ahead and make more Logibots. Oh boy, come on. You can do it. I believe in you. One more, and there we go. Okay, so there's Logibot, and then construction bots. That way we can start building up a buffer of each of those. And yeah, that's just gonna continue coming together now. At least it certainly should. Repair packs. Repair packs need a lot of junk though. Let me make sure they do in fact have access to plastic. Well, they must, because I have been getting plastic, so they're getting it from somewhere. We have Tool Making 4, which does something. The multi-tool. Let me look at that. So, you take Fabricator Tool, Mining Tool, you give 50% crafting speed bonus. You take 20 kilojoules per recipe, mining speed 50, very nice. And that looks to be kind of it. I mean, fair enough. So, mining speed 50, and crafting speed 50. What am I up to over here? Mining speed bonus 80%. So, one mining tool is better than one multi-tool for mining at least. And a Fabricator 2 gives a crafting speed bonus of 40, which is almost as good. So, what am I gaining from you? Energy per recipe 20. So, you're more expensive, but a little faster, so fair enough. Energy consumption is 5 kilowatts. Yours is 3 kilowatts for not as good. Okay. I'm still confused why I would make that change. Like, you're technically a little better than a fabrication tool too, but I do have kind of an inkling here. If I may be so bold. You are 3 units tall. And you are just a straight replacement. So yeah, why would I do that? Because at 3 units tall, you would replace 2 of these. Or rather, 2 of these. I should probably just go ahead and make that swap. But if I were to do that, like, even though you're 50%, you're 40%, I can fit 3 of you and only 2 of you in the same space. So this one is still better. I guess all it would do... Yeah, I still don't get it. I don't know why I would ever use you. That doesn't make any sense to me. I would just rather have crafting tools. There we go. So that's going to take a while to make, especially since I just took my crafting tools out to make you, I guess, but whatever. I guess I could have probably just requested the crafting tool 2s now that I think about it, but I will make them. And as the first 5 come in, I guess I can slot them in and make the crafting of the next couple faster at least. There we are. Nice little speed bonus there. quite a lot faster. Yes. Okay. Does look like they take a good bit more energy though, but hopefully I'm just filling their internal capacities here. It does look to be. Looks like they just have a pretty good internal capacity. Okay. So how is everything coming along at this point? Assemblers especially. So you need twos, you need fabricators, you need repair packs. Fabricator 1s, which is just iron parts. Okay, so I can definitely make iron parts, so those will come in just slowly. You just need kind of everything. Oh yeah, and I never put the combinators on you. I guess I wasn't finished. Okay, these are gonna have to be a little uglier than the rest, I guess. But it is what it is. So let's connect the outputs first. There we go. Just making sure I did that correctly. Does look like I did. Okay. So, let's grab you so I don't have to set each of these individually at least. And then your inputs. There we are. And there we are. And then, lastly, disconnect them from the chest. There we are. Okay, does look like everything should be fine over there as well. So are you requesting an appropriate amount? It does look like it. Okay, so you're not requesting like one arithmetic circuit anymore? Okay. I can deal with that. Speaking of which, I don't have the circuit that I usually have set up for adding new things to RubaPorts. What I do want to do first, however, is make sure this is set properly, and then get rid of you. So the thing that I usually do to add more robots to my system. Let's go ahead and get that set up. So, West. And then let's make sure, can I connect you to the circuit network the same way as a regular RoboPort? Yes, you do just function as a regular RoboPort. So let's go ahead and read you. And let's get to arithmetics to start with. And we'll put this, like, over this way, I guess. Let's see. I'm planning for something in the middle here, so I'll do one on each side this way. That works, I suppose. You'll see what I mean in just a second. So, you go in there, and you go in there. Let's see. Does that give me what I want? Yes, it does. Okay. So, available logistics spot is X. Total logistics spots is Y. And I think what I want to do here, there are multiple different ways I do this from time to time, and I'm just thinking which way is more reasonable for this map specifically. But I believe my most tried and true method is likely the one that I want to go for here. So I'm going to take... I'm going to take X. X is the number of logistics bots that are available. And I'm going to divide you by Y. And if that output, I have to multiply you first, actually. So multiply you by 100, which means I need to do the same down here for construction bots. So available construction bots is Z. So let's come down here and just change you out to Z. And then chain these further up. And X is our only input for right now, so I will need to read from the roboport over here. But the problem is that's going to give me another copy of X as well. This needs to be a comparator anyway. There we are. So what I will do is, rather than giving myself times 100, what if I do times 99? And that way, the final duplicate from the roboport will give me the final copy that I need. I also forgot to set the output over here. I do just have to make sure I output with a red wire there. I don't want to mix the signals. There we are. Everything does still look good, yes. Okay. Then, what I can do... I'm jumping ahead. See, I don't know why, for some reason I'm acting like I've never done this before. I do this almost every time I go to set up bots, and for some reason, it's just breaking my brain today. So, same deal. I still want to connect you with a red wire, and I still want to connect you with a green wire. But what I want to do this time around is take the X and divide by Y, because Y is the total number of logistics bots, X is the number of available, multiplied by 100, so basically I'm getting a percentage. What percentage of available bot do I have? In this case it's 0, because all of my logistics bots are busy, and I'm just going to output that once more as X. And then I'm going to do basically the same thing down here. Z is the available construction bots, and the total construction bots is T. So available divided by total is going to give me a percentage of available construction bots. And as you can see, that should give me 100 for 100% of the bots. Again, that will output as Z. Then lastly, don't even really need these here. I suppose that can just be these inserters here, and I'll just keep a buffer in these chests. You are logistics, you are construction. So if the percentage of available logistics bots is ever less than 20%, then I want to start just throwing more logistics bots into the system. In the same way, if the available number of construction bots ever dips below 20%, then I want to start throwing more construction bots into the system. So you will request logistics bots. Notice there are different tiers, so this is something we will have to revisit later. I'll just keep like 50 in here for now. And then down here, we will keep construction bots. And 50, once again, seems reasonable. Might go ahead and do trash unrequested just to preemptively have that checked for when we do have new tiers of bots. And let's see. Those should get filled in eventually. And that will start automatically filling the system with more and more bots as we need them. Let's see. Open Turbine 2. Do I make Open Turbine 2? I believe I do, but it's like a U. That's closed turbine. Open turbine too, so yeah. We just need more assemblers. Which we are apparently working on, so that is nice to see. They're gonna come and make insulated wire, of course, but you know, we're getting somewhere. I might just go ahead and give them a hand, now that I'm not doing anything myself. And I think while I stand here, this is a great time to finish off my cup of coffee for this morning. Or this afternoon, I guess. I'd go ahead and turn personals off so that I can specify which of these assemblers I would like to build. As much as I would like to have, say, tanks or maybe like rail signals, I would rather pick the ones that are actually immediately useful. And there we are. So, let's see, we needed the turbines. Let me just go ahead and build one for each of the turbines. Might as well put the chimney one down. And is there anything else that stands out to me as important? This one for the roboports. That would be important. Okay, looking good, looking good. Let's see. I suppose I should finally start planning out where all of this is going to finally come into play. I'm just not exactly sure how I want to start, and that is the scary part always, is how exactly am I going to start the new base? But you can't put it off forever, so let's see, we have iron coming out this way, nickel coming out that way, and aluminum coming out this way. So I still need silica products down here, and I do need to have steel made. Steel probably should be made on the left side rather than the right side. That does just seem reasonable. And there's a good bit of space up here. I can fit steel processing in here somewhere. Maybe just kind of jammed right up into this area here. We are getting a little close to the old base though, and I'm not sure how thrilled I am about that. But I don't think it's that big of a deal. Let's just grab one of you, put you somewhere outside of bot range, and see what kind of ratios I'm dealing with. In fact, we do have Foundry 2s at this point. Also, I noticed this is Steel 1. Do I get Steel 2 anytime soon? It is at least a research away. Okay. So you require 5 iron, 1 ferronickel, and some oxygen. Oxygen is kind of a waste product at this point. We're producing so much of it from the electrolyzers, so I would be more than thrilled to have somewhere to put oxygen. Now, what I'm gonna do to actually get iron in there is a little trickier. What I might do is I might just say this is iron, then have a whole nother iron area down here expressly for producing steel. We are, unfortunately, encroaching on where this ore field is going to be. I did not anticipate it being this tall. It's not like we don't have other sources of iron, and the ore patches are getting quite big, as you can see, so if I did need to just not use this iron, that wouldn't be the end of the world, but that would also be, you know, annoying. I wouldn't like to do that. Plenty of more iron up this way, and I'm sure we would come across more, but this is so close it would be very convenient if I could use that. Just thinking though, if I Put silicon in here, and I have another iron stack in here. That's pushing it a little bit, I think. But it's not like steel is a material that is going to go away. We are going to need steel, and being that we're already limited on how much iron we're producing, I don't want to then take that limited amount of iron and turn it into steel, so... Also, just notice you need a power pole. Let's get that worked out. I mean, I don't think anyone can build that. Oh, they can! Look at that. I guess someone will get around to doing that soon. Yeah, I don't really like that I'm gonna need to duplicate iron again, but I guess that's just where we're at. I guess that's just where we're at. Because you see, the thing is already I have 52 furnaces here, which is going to produce less than 1 red belt of iron ingots, or you could say less than 2 yellow belts of iron ingots, which is not a lot of iron for moving forward into like a later stage version of the base. So yeah, let's just do this one at a time. Let's try and be clean here. Best as I can, at least. Yeah, so we'll grab this. And you're gonna have to go in here somewhere. Your output is stone. So let me make sure whatever I'm throwing this onto is also a stone belt. It does look like this belt up here is stone, but it's actually being specifically marked as crushed iron. I'm not sure if that's correct. Do you not produce stone? You do produce stone. So that would jam up immediately, actually. So you can't be filtered. This is just incorrect. Go away. We do have a filter here. And then a filter here. So that's all fine. We won't poison any lines accidentally, at least. But this line coming up here is, that is a valid stone target, at the very least. Unfortunately, sand takes up exactly that same slot. But I can just move that, actually. So that's not a big deal. Let's just put you over here. And I think it's just one over. Yes, it is. And there you are. Okay. So that at least allows us a cleaner shot into here to try and mix into this stone belt. And let's see. They're trying to be somewhat efficient with our space because there's actually quite a lot of dead space in here. Yeah, I could probably reorganize some of this to be neater. This is definitely not the best way this could be set up, but it's kind of the setup that we're working with, you know? And a lot of what we're dealing with is I was trying to keep this in a straight line. I just thought it would be nice and aesthetic and everything to produce all the carbon here. Or graphite, rather. But what I might wind up doing is just making a copy of this, flipping it around, you know, like so. And then having another copy on the back here. And that way this only needs to be half the height. Because already we're consuming all of the graphite that we are producing. And we are just going to continue and hit this iron patch. So I think I will just go ahead and do that rather than talk about it. let's grab a blueprint of this and figure out how on earth I'm going to get this to work. Also, each of you apparently has a random underground pipe going this way that you don't need to have. So let's clean that up, I guess. There we are. And that way it just allows me to copy and paste you a lot more cleanly. I believe this is also broken. Yes, I do not need any of that. So I guess I'll come up here and start working on that as well. Because that's a decent amount of pipe that's just placed for no reason. There we are. And bring it down. Go ahead and pick up that rock. Just keep the area a little clean. Let's see, I know there's something else that I was supposed to be watching for as well in here somewhere. I just don't remember. Oh, it was that. Right there. Actually, this whole thing right here is just a big bunch of useless pipe. There we are. So where can I copy that isn't going to give me a bunch of weird junk? Probably from right about there. Looks like a good square to take, I think. There we are. So I can just put you right here. Let me once again make sure that lines up. All the pipes are facing the correct direction, it looks like. And away we go. And we have these belts in a place or two, but fortunately these can just come, just like they do on this side, they can just come straight through without really any issue. We have more down this way. Let's just go ahead and indicate that that should be a big bit of straight belt, just in case we do expand this down here. That way we know nothing's going to be in the way. We are going to need more roboports. See how far we can get this guy. I mean, if it works, I guess. How about up here? You're not going to be quite so friendly, are you? That's fine. We really only need the construction range, so even if you're a little offset, as long as you can connect into these guys, it won't be an issue. Do the same right there. I guess I'll need to extend this one over here somewhere as well. Though that one might need to move at some point. There we are. Seems grand. Alright. So that's all gonna come into place. What I do need to do is make sure that the belts can wrap around to actually get all of the graphite over here. Also, I should probably be somewhat conscious about belt limitation. So let's see, if I do that, each group of 2 is 1 per second, so that's only 6 per second. How about this way? Okay, so that's another... So if we weren't taking any off the belt, we would be over belt capacity, but believe me, we are taking off this belt quite a bit. So let's just say this is fine. Eat back there a little bit. Don't do whatever that was. And let's see, so you can come in right there. Looks good to me. And down. There we are. We just gotta get the pipes in place. Also, somehow that is broken. Fortunately, it's just a vertical flip away from being correct. How odd. Don't ask me. I don't know how that managed to happen. But there we go. Let me review these over here because they're going to be broken as well. And let's see. Yep, you're broken. Oh, good. Okay. Okay, well, I mean, that's better, I suppose. Let's go ahead and get these pipes in play. So our water connection is over there. Hydrogen will need to work out. Not all that worried about it. Water can just come up this way. Connect in there. So those should be capable of running now. In fact, why aren't you? Because you have no hydrogen. Hopefully just because, yes, you are full of wastewater. That I am okay with. That's fine. Would like to get another roboport in here somewhere. But maybe I'll do the same thing I did over here and just extend a relay this direction. Where do you reach to? So this pipe right there. So best I can do is like right in here somewhere. Let me just double check that. So yeah, this pipe right there, one to the right of that output. So best I could do is this level. I guess that's fine. In you go. Just because these are outside build range, so I was trying to find some way to get these hooked into everything else. Let's see. So that should set me up nicely to be able to do another square of iron down at the bottom. I'm just debating whether I want to go ahead and do silicon now, or if I want to do the steel first and then the silicon. It's just one way. I have to run sand through iron. The other way, I have to run stone through sand. So either way, it's a little messy, but I have so much room to work with. It's not like it's going to be a major issue. So let's just grab not more than we need, but something like that. Might as well try and keep it lined up as well. There is an outfall down here, and there is wastewater being produced above. Trying to be somewhat mindful of that, but I might be able to just squeeze it in here instead. It's a little tight. I have so much room, why would I build that tight? Let's just come down here. Right there. And then silicon can go beneath it. That's fine. So grab all of you down to right about that level, I think. should be fine. Try and... I'm gonna have to reroute the pipes. Just not really any way around that, I don't think. They're just kind of right in the way. Alternatively, I could try and move this belt, I guess. Not a terrible decision. Like, let's say I move you up here, right? And then this, I can run over this way instead. Let's just go ahead and do that. So, outfall can come over here instead. Break these pipes. I guess we can keep this one. And then run you this way. Somewhere. And straight up right there. Couldn't ask for better, look at that. What a great connection. Okay. Then... you could be down here instead, I guess. That works. In you go. And then break all of that. And you come up this way. I think that works just fine. Break all of that. This is sand. Let's just remove that for now, so I don't have to worry about it. And then I'll replace it later. Don't know why I've placed the pipes in such a way. Let's move you to the right one. And then this still works just fine. And those furnaces. Let's get those furnaces back. Would like them to be lined up if possible, just makes everything a little more neat. And you could go somewhere right around in here. Yeah, that seems fine. And where's your output? So stone goes up this way. Where is my stone? You can merge onto this belt right here. And that would be no issue. In fact, what if I just go ahead and lay you out, like, right here? Just like, right there. Seems a-okay to me. So there's a stone belt. Then I don't think I need to worry about stone coming up from the bottom anymore, so I can remove that. And all of this over here is no longer necessary. Iron can just come straight out. Let's see, what are you? So this is carbon. How much carbon are you consuming? Why do I have you split up so? So 52 furnaces. Half that. So you take 2.6 carbon a second. So you can very easily be a single carbon belt. I'll just split you there. Is that not what I do up here? This is not carbon. This is the crushed iron. Never mind. I guess I had carbon as the below belt. Yes, I did. Okay. All the same, doesn't really change anything. Just down and in. And then carbon can come in on this belt here. So down and in. Right there. So that will begin producing iron ingots. Let's go ahead and get the road down this way. I would like to go ahead and below the cliffs if possible. I know the transport drones can technically travel over the cliffs, but this is for neatness' sake more than anything. Anyway, that's going to give me iron ingots, but also gravel. Do I have gravel coming out of anywhere up here? No. Closest I got is sand. Right. What is this? I guess I deleted something I should not have deleted at some point. Let's put you in there and output sand down. There we are. Yeah, that's fine. So this continues down. Let's make sure I don't forget and abandon you somewhere. Continue this down this way. It is flip the right direction, yeah, okay. Let's back that up just a couple. There we are. And there's sand out. Okay. Let's copy the steel setup, wherever that happens to be living at the moment. There you are. I guess I can just recreate this. It's not like I'm doing anything special up there. Let's just make sure we are outside of range. Don't need that power pole. You should be a tier 2. Steel. Vertical flip. Horizontal flip. Vertical flip. There we are. So 1, 2, 3, 4 in the middle. Doing 4 in the middle allows me to connect the pipes up like so. And then you can just output 2. Like that. Please. Thank you. And I guess I'll move the inserters together. Just makes it a little more neat. Same on this side. There we are. But it's important on this side so I can get the undergrounds in. And then power can go on the side. I'm trying to be somewhat conscious about where I put things so that I can tile them nicely, because I don't want to be in the way of the oxygen connections. I suppose if I put a power pole, even just here, that's fine. And then it's not like I need a power pole on this side. Okay, so how much do you take in? You also need nickel, and I've completely forgotten that. I've completely forgotten you also need nickel. Oof. Ow. Well, I don't think I will be repeating the nickel setup at the very least. I will just bring nickel in. You know what? That is a wonderful candidate for the construction drones. Just somewhere around in here, I'll have a road. The construction drones will come and bring nickel ingots in, and they'll be dropped off to be made into steel. Let me worry about iron throughput for now. So each one of these buildings can consume just over 0.8 iron a second. Let me actually look at the times in here. So it's 5 iron every 12 seconds. So if I have 12 buildings, that would be 5 iron a second. And you would still only produce 2 steel a second. Good. Okay. How much iron am I producing? So each of you, each furnace produces some amount of iron. Okay. 0.44. Okay, so 2 furnaces just slightly outproduce 1 foundry. So let me just say it is a 2-to-1 ratio here. So that's 26 foundries. This is a block of 4. Why did that break my brain? Hold on. So I need, let's say 7 blocks. So take you. Power poles line up nicer this way. Leave a little bit of room. Can I upgrade this power pole to get better range? Speaking of which, are you tier 2 poles or tier 1s? Looks like tier 2s to me. And yeah, that is. It looks to be better. Maybe. Maybe, it's hard to tell. What I can do is I can just put a maximum distance power pole here and there. There we are. I have to do that because, as you can see, even though we have ghosted the higher tier power pole end, it does not show the connecting wire. It will connect once it's upgraded. If this were just a tier 2 ghost, it would connect, but since there is an existing tier 1 power pole, it will not connect. Which is, you know, a little annoying, but it is what it is. So, max distance I can go is here. Am I okay with this? Honestly, I think that's even too far. Let's go, like, here. Just 1 tile in. The reason being, I do still need inputs, and I have pipes. Ideally, I just have pipes here, which means inserters here, and then belts. And I do want to leave a little bit of room between production and the road, and that's kind of like the minimum amount of room that I want to leave right there. In theory, I could bring this in just a little closer if I were willing, by using underground pipes, and then putting an inserter right there. Because that does technically work. Like, as this tiles, you'll see that does work. And I guess I do like it. I just have to move the power pole 1 further out. And then you, horizontal flip, right there. And I think that is a cleaner tile. Leave that in place so that I can tile it. And bring belt down. So like I said, I need 7 of these tiles, I believe. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that should give me 28, which is just slightly over, but at the same time, we can consume just slightly less than double, so that is a good enough ratio for me. Also, do I want to be outputting up or down? If I have a supply depot with the ferro-nickel coming in from the top, then I would like the supply downwards, I guess. Just to keep it from getting messy in here. It does mean I need a supply depot with ferro-nickel ingots in it, however. So, are you the ferro-nickel? Yes, you are. I can, fortunately, just split you, like, right here. Grab a little bit of road. Let's do this at a uniform height. So I will grab that and plug you in there. And request. That's a request, not a supply. There we are. Perfect fit. And I should probably have purple inserters on my hotbar at this point in time. Get you in there. And get you in there. Seems good enough to me. Which does mean, also, I should have something over this direction. For the ferronickel. There you are. Go ahead and set you up, I guess. So, request ferronickel ingot. You are going to require steam. That is true. I believe there is a way. Let me see. Fuel depot delivers fuel to other depots on the road network. So if I could get a fuel depot in, while inefficient, because I would be burning steam just to move steam, I wouldn't necessarily have to worry about this too much. I do have steam up here, and it is from the process of creating ferronickel. That does just kind of make sense. So let's just pull from that. Pipeline extents is 7. So I think I will be fine to just run that down here. Why does steam... Why does the steam slot match where the road connection is? Surely that can't be correct. Surely that can't be correct. Let me play with that real quick. I have constructed one. It should be in my inventory. There you are. So if I put you down... Yeah, okay, you're... Yeah, what? Maybe I should play with this before I confirm anything too hard. Do I have any drones on me? Yes, I have enough to play around with. I have a supply and a requester. Let me just very quickly go figure out how this is supposed to work. I have steam up this way that I can just mess around with. I was going to go over to power, but I don't have road up there, so I will come this way instead. So there's that one, and here's this one. I don't believe you supply bots to the provider. I believe you supply bots to the requester. Open drone and... Yes, okay. So my drones go in there. Full stack is probably something I'd want in an actual setup, but for right now I don't really care. Priority, drone request. Number of drones this depot requests from the drone dispatcher. Well, I don't have one, so that's not a major concern. And what do I want to send? How about methanol canisters? You just keep like 20. Surprised no one's come over to build any of this, though I guess they are pretty stressed at the moment. So maybe I will just go grab some road myself. I thought I was being all clever and such by trying to use the construction drones to do it, but being that I was standing right over here just a minute ago, maybe I should have just grabbed some road. Okay, so let's see how this does. Let's turn personals back on. Thank you guys. You're the best. Very cool. Okay. Disabled by script. That's an interesting problem. Let's not worry about it. So, you're requesting methanol canisters. There are now methanol canisters you request. Okay, I guess there was a piece of road missing somewhere. Not in logistics. Okay, this might not be what I want then. Though maybe... Oh yeah, that's not what I want. Methanol canister. There we are. Then drone, get rid of that. There we are. Okay. So there are methanol canisters in here. You're connected by road. How do I get steam into you? Yeah. Okay, I'm not a big fan of this. Not a big fan of how that works. Like, I don't like that this has to be on the road. That is unpleasant to me. So, make a fluid depot. How far away am I from fuel depot? Let's just queue that and move you up front. I don't really think I need any of these, to tell you the truth. All that does is turn wastewater into saline water and sludge, and I could not care less. You allow me to turn steam into water, which is the opposite of what I typically want to do. And you give me methods for reading from the road. Like, not a bad thing to have. Excuse me. Not a bad thing to have, but not exactly something that I desperately need. I will keep you at the back. Just because the only thing you lead to is fast roads, yeah. I guess while I'm in here, I should go ahead and do just some new random things. There we go. Just so science doesn't wind up stopping while I'm doing something else. So that's gonna take a while. That's gonna take a while. Okay. But that does tell me how it works now. That's what I was concerned about. There we are. Thanks, guys. So, what does that mean? I want to plan for... I would like to have a fuel depot on here. But it's a cost, and it is a hard cost to justify when I could just run the steam in. It's just a visual thing. I just don't like the visuals of it. But that's not the end of the world. Like, I can even just change it later if I want. You know? So that lines up with that belt like it was meant to be there. So let's just start running this over this way. And see where I can get to. That looks pretty much perfect to me. Okay. That'll get all connected in. Ain't no big deal. That'll request ferronickel in. where I'll have an inserter that takes it out this way. You need iron. You also need oxygen, which I've just not been worried about. I also have to do something with this carbon dioxide. I'll probably just vent it until I have a more central area. I forgot the corner. Glad I noticed that. Probably just vent it until I have a more central method for dealing with fluids and such. Could also load it in a fluid depot, but I can't imagine wanting to cart that around with logistics drones, but I guess I could at some point. How much do you produce? It's 4 per. There's like 28 of these guys that probably don't run at full time. So just under 120 a second. You produce 40 a second. So it's only 3 of these guys. That is... like, it's not as if it's nothing, but I'm not exactly all that worried about it. We can just vent it. It is going to take 2 chimneys, however. So I'll put a chimney here and a chimney there. Also get rid of some of these no longer necessary undergrounds. Now that we are done tiling. And I'll leave this here as a reminder to myself that I do need an oxygen connection somewhere. Speaking of connections, how am I gonna get the iron in here? Let's see, at 26... yeah, you do almost a full belt. A full yellow belt. So, I'm not going to be able to do the thing I've done elsewhere, where I do it on half a belt. That's just not going to work. Yeah, there's 14 on here, and that's going to take most of a yellow belt of iron. So the ferronickel I will be able to split. That takes hardly any ferronickel. But the iron itself will need a dedicated belt. That just makes everything worse, honestly. But I'll see what I can do. So if I assume... oh, and the inserters! Oh, that's gonna suck. Hold on, where to... okay. You know... what if I just have fun? Let's just have fun, hold on. Fairly sure you have to use the fuel depots and can't fuel depots directly. No, you can fuel the depots. I did a little test run up here just to make sure. I don't enjoy the fact that I have to... where'd they go? I don't enjoy the fact that you have to run pipes over the road to do it, but you can fuel them directly. It does work. As a little demo, I did this just a second ago, but, let's see, I had some steam right up here, and if I just pop this guy down right there, and this guy over here, still have the road on me, otherwise I would be a little more reticent to do this, but let's, I used methanol canisters as my demo over here. Drone depot. I know I have you. There you are. And there you go. And let's just get all of that picked up. Okay. So that's what I'm doing for now. I do have the research for the fuel depot coming. I just don't necessarily want to be spending fuel to move fuel quite yet. It will be handy, it's just I have excess steam right there, so I might as well use it. And let's see. This power pole, one more time. Well, fortunately, I can still move you. You're still fine. Oh, I didn't copy... I mean, for better or worse, I did not copy that power pole down. Just have to be careful that I don't miss one. There we are. And there we are. And down you go. Go ahead and drag this guy down. So here's what I was thinking a second ago. So if I have to have terrible, no good, awful belts anyway, I might as well have fun, terrible, no good, awful belts. So what I'd like to do is something like this. You pick up from above and drop 3 away. And then pick up from below and drop 3 away. There we go. That'll get me some ferronickel right there. Let's do this so you are easier to line up. And just... Oh, wrong key. Stamp you down. That's the wrong key again. And I'll have to take care of the top and bottom separately. But all the same, this gets the bulk of it taken care of. And there we are. So you go here, and you take those settings. You go there, and you can take those settings. Then let's just see, can I clean this? I can clean this up just a little bit, actually. Just funny enough. So let's go ahead and do that. There we go. And then I'll just copy you. Horizontal flip. This is a little harder to line up than I thought it would be. There we go. And just get this all cleaned up. There we go. Let's see, that does reach, and that does look neater. So let's get all those updated to Power Pole 2s as well. Alright, now all I have to do is get the ferronickel in here. And dodge the oxygen pipe. So let's say you come down to maybe here-ish. Don't need quite all of this anymore. And then you can just split right there. Does that allow... That's a little too far down, actually. I do want to leave comfortable room for getting the iron in. There we are. And then I can just move that one up there. You know what? You can just pick up from 2 away. Sure, have fun. Iron goes there. And then this iron goes here. Everyone is happy. And there we are. Okay, so that's the iron input, and that's the ferronickel input, like, mostly taken care of. We have the output gas being vented. I'm sure I can do something better with you eventually, but I'm not that concerned about it right now. Like, yeah, I'm not that worried about it. Oxygen does need to come in. Do I have that oxygen pipe still? Yes, I do. So let's just continue this down. Where was my connection? There you are. Do you fit well? That is a wonderful connection, actually. Very well behaved. I do want to get a pump in here, just because pipe extents will probably be unhappy with me before too terribly long, especially if I do connect you to this big long pipe over this way. And let's see. I think that is just steel. I mean, it's going to give me gravel as well. But, you know, I'm going to have gravel from these furnaces also, which I just directly connected into the steel line. So, you know. Okay, I can filter here. So, gravel. Well, looking good. Let's underground this one. Grab you. Do the same right here. Might as well stay consistent. I actually don't like that at all. You go up here. So how much gravel are we producing? Once again, there are 52 furnaces. Each one produces 0.11 gravel per second, assuming full uptime, of course. So that's going to be just under 5.5 gravel a second. These guys do 0.16. There are 28 probably won't be running full uptime, but you know, it is what it is. Let's just assume, let's just say 30. So if I had 30, that would be 4.8 combined with the 5.5 over here. Let's just say that's a little less than 11. A little less than 11 I think is fine. So that's actually quite a lot of gravel. The reason that's a problem is I'd originally intended on just having gravel join a belt. And in fact, I have this stone coming up here and joining this belt up here. But gravel... gonna have to send a dedicated extra gravel belt up, which is not really what I wanted to do. But all the same, it is what I'm going to have to do. Yeah, okay. Where can I send gravel up, I suppose? Can I just do it in here somewhere? So not on the sand level. I have a gap running right here, but that's for something else. What if I swapped you? Like, let's grab you and just move you a belt over. There you are. So then the underground is this side, and then you just connect straight up there. I think that's a little neater, potentially. Sand is still coming down, so this is still the sand belt, but gravel. Can I get gravel along this inside now? Yes! Yes I can! And it's a pretty good spot for gravel too, if I do say so myself. The spacing is tight, but I can make it work. So all that gravel has to come up and over this way. Okay. Just reconsidering some things here and there. So, gravel can't actually go that way. It'll have to come in from over here somewhere, just because this is where the belts already are. I also have more gravel coming in from somewhere. I have a pipe extents issue. Let me deal with that real quick. It is the oxygen. Oh, that's just a straight shot all the way down. Okay. That's a surprise. Since you are an oxygen output as well, I will put a pump on the other side of this. There we go. Do you got power? No. I'm glad I checked. That should fix the problem, though. And back to what I was doing. So, gravel. Let's get some gravel down this way. And I guess I'll send it up the left. The inside portion right there. So, filter. Right out. Oops. One more? One more. So you can go there. Merge them together. Continue this way. Actually, don't break that, please. Too late. Oh well. And then, where did I want gravel to be? Gravel goes right here. There you are, and there you are. Okay, so there is gravel. Guess I should probably go ahead and continue this belt up. That would be intelligent. There we are. Anything else I need to worry about? Not really. We just kind of keep going. Okay, and then the other gravel output is right over here. This is new gravel. So I have a whole nother belt of gravel coming in, basically. I don't actually know if I built this specifically to accommodate how much gravel I was producing or not. If I did, I'm gonna need another one. Well, I only have one belt of gravel coming in regardless, so probably not. You can handle 16 gravel, anyway. Ah, okay, that is a dedicated... You do each get a dedicated belt. Okay, never mind, I take it back. In that case... Where would I like this to go? Let's see, there's 8 of you. Outputting just slightly more than... Oh, right about 15, actually. That's just about a full belt, if my quick top of the head math is correct. So that is a full belt of this stuff coming out. Interesting. Well, that's not very convenient at all. Okay. Yeah, okay. So let's copy this so I can line those up. Actually, that's not going to work very well because I do need the output belt to be offset, which just makes everything wonderful. Yay. Yeah, you are pretty symmetrical. I guess what I can do is I can keep the machine symmetrical, and then I can just have the output belt do something else. I do need to void this somewhere. We need some for science, but we do not need this much for science. So I will be voiding most of this, which does mean I need to figure out where I want to void stuff. But for the time being, let's just get our inputs figured out first. Let's back you up to around here and send you off to the left this direction. Welcome back. How's it going? I'm just swimming in gravel right now, trying to figure out how exactly I'm going to deal with all of it. So, to void the mineral dust. Void the mineral dust. Which one of you is it that I need? It's the hydrochloric that I'm using for right now, which produces sludge and carbon dioxide, both of which can be voided pretty easily. How's the previous hour and a half been? One of the more interesting things that I did is set up steel, because I did kind of forget to set up steel when I was up here setting up iron previously. So I had to copy the whole iron setup down. I've got that, and then I've got steel just kind of stapled to the side of it. But what that does mean is I do need to bring ferronickel down, so that's going to be my first use of the logistics drones. I figured that would be a good use case for them. Other than that, I'm not exactly sure what I've done. I did expand the bot mall a good bit, towards the beginning of the day. I did a little bit of science so I could figure out how exactly the logistics drones worked, which led me to finding out that you have to feed them steam from the front, from the roadside, which is a little unpleasant. I don't really like doing that, but, you know, it is what it is. Soon I'll have a research finished that allows me to get a fuel depot, so I might switch to that. I'm not exactly thrilled about that idea either, but we'll see what happens. Let's see. One thing I should be doing is making sure that some automations that I set up before are working, because I notice I still only have 111 logistics drones in the network, and I should be constructing those automatically by this point. Open turbine 2s are not being produced because I don't have pump 2s. That is the single assembler down here, it looks like, that I don't have. Actually, there's an assembler up here, but it's literally being built. It is light blue as we speak. So, let me just stand here, make sure bots are on, and have this built. There we go. And so, now you should be requesting materials. We don't have the logistics bots to actually make you work, but eventually you will begin working. Can I, in that case, actually just force feed you anything? You are open turbine 2. Which just needs pump 2s right now. So let me get some pump 2s on the go. And then those are being carried somewhere. To make these guys. Okay, fair enough. Oh, you also take pump 2s. Well, at the very least, that'll get them going, I guess. Maybe I'll go ahead and steal some of those and just throw them in. Get some open turbine 2s going. 19 hours just landed on Fulgora. Is Fulgora your second planet? I would take it. I'd say that's pretty good pace if you're trying to hit the 40-hour mark. You also take open turbine 2s for something. Oh, well, these are the closed turbines. That does make sense. Okay. So these are crafting now. Good. That means we should have some bots coming in soon. Yes, okay, so we do have logistics bots automated, so that problem should solve itself. What won't solve itself is explosives, that I will have to do, and Roboport range, that will also need some manual intervention. So let's go to Roboport on this side, and on this side. Just because I do have some stuff I need to build in here, and in fact that wasn't even enough. So let me see where I can put this next one. Right there works. And power pole, you reach? Just barely, but you do. Okay, so with all of this in place, is there anything I still need to do? You output a gas. You output methane. Methane is a useful gas. I do want the methane. What do I use methane for? Methane is used in ethylene. I do have other means of creating that, but this is probably my main one, actually. This is probably my main source of methane. And if nothing else, it can be turned into steam. Do I throw you on logistics drones? That is the question. Or do I just try and fluid bus you around? I don't really have a place picked out where I'm going to be doing my major chemical processes yet. Let's see. You do 60 a second. That is a lot of fluid. That is a lot of fluid to try and move around. I think it's science time. What I need to do... Oh, hello bots, thank you. I don't know why you're bringing me so much pipe, but I appreciate it. What I would like to do is come up here, grab something from my inventory. There you are, request depot. And see just how much methane one of these little trucks can carry. Back to depot, just over here, right. For some reason that throws me, I'm not really sure why. So it's methane. That one right there. That doesn't help me, game. That really doesn't help me. I wonder, supposing, if I put down a fluid depot. Do you tell me how much a truck can move? It doesn't really look like you do, which is unfortunate. Like if I just throw you there so you stop blinking at me. Vulcanus conquered and no proper purple or yellow. I do usually do Vulcanus before purple or yellow, yeah. Progress speed is alright for a first proper run at the speed achievement. I'd say you're doing pretty well if I do say so myself, but granted, I am certainly not a speed player. That's definitely not how I play Factorio, if 44 hours at this point is not evident. Granted, I'm pretty okay with my progress. Like, of all maps, I feel like I'm doing decently well. Is there a random fluid? I have carbon dioxide right here. Let me just very temporarily do some awful pipes. Yeah, that's fine. And just connect you in there. How much do you store, actually? Nothing on you tells me how much fluid you store. You're crafted from a medium tank 2, which has a storage volume of 30k. Maybe you just also have 30k? You seem to have stopped at 25. I think it's reasonable to assume you have 25. Okay, let's go ahead and break all of that now. So let's say you request... I guess there's no way to look for this specifically, but I do have the icon at least. Carbon dioxide. And then throw one drone in you. Drone inventory, there you are. So I would like to very carefully... why was that angry? I did this earlier. Maybe I did you closer? Oh, it's just backwards. This entity cannot be rotated. I bet you can. Okay, that should have given you a little bit of steam. Contents... It says contents 22,000 steam. Carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide. I didn't put the drone back in you. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and do this for a single delivery. Okay, there we go. So I got one delivery through. Looks like 1,000. Okay, so a truck can carry 1,000. That's not bad. Like, all things considered, that's pretty decent throughput. I'm not at all upset about that. It's decent. Trying to do 40 hours, the 100 is trivial if you get a move on, but Gleba will be simpler than Vulcanus or Factorio as I import rocket parts. That is... yeah, I suppose that's fair. I've never tried to just force Gleba to work that way before, but I would imagine that would speed it up a pretty good amount. Still not sold on this. I don't like this, but I'm going to try it, and if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. So let's just grab this here and move you to this side. Then I'm going to put a fluid depot right there, and that's just where you will connect to. There we are. And I guess I will put a flare stack. Once again, how much do you make? Under 100. So a single chimney will be able to handle that. So just like up here somewhere, throw a overflow pump and connect you in with power, of course. And of course, that power pole doesn't want to cooperate. Yay. I can do this and then just disconnect you there, and then it's not too bad. Just making sure that's the correct orientation, yeah. So, fluid depot. If I don't set your recipe, you should just accept inputs, which is what I want, and that should be fine. I have a fluid depot on me. I will just give you the one that I made. There you are. I found you. Let's see what I got. So, fuel depot. I've got a drone dispatcher, and I've got a buffer depot. Funny enough, I have a buffer depot, but I don't have buffer chests. So that's interesting. Well, do I have the just for fun? Did I get the research yet that allows me to connect you to the robopart? No. I am still missing a research for that. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I was thinking that I could make really expensive buffer chests, and that would be really funny. But I guess not. Ooh, thermal storage. That is interesting. See, I don't even know if that's going to be useful for me. I would just like to have it. I just think it's cool. I've got quite a few things in the way. Geothermal does sound interesting. Let's tap that on the side, and I'll have to look at that when we get there. Okay, I feel like I've been messing around for a while. Let's get some explosives made. I need 18 explosives, and I can't do that quite yet. Can't just push that off on the bot. So, what can I do? I can make 14 already. I need a small miner, and I need more methanol canisters. Now that I have requesters, I can come in here and break this. So let's get a... Well, first let's add requester chests to my requests. There we are. I don't know if I need 100 man. Let's keep like 20 of these guys. Same over here. And do I even want storage chests? Yeah, because I'm probably going to handcraft these from time to time. I'll keep like 20 of them on me. But yeah, oh cool. Those should start showing up eventually. That's already backward. Let's do that. Empty canisters would probably be a cool thing to produce. Keep that in the back of the old noggin. And then let's keep like 100 of these guys. Which also means I should probably request those. I do request them. Very good. Okay. I'm going to copy this and see if the other fuel cells have any particular purpose. But if they don't, I will just get rid of them. Like, is there anything you in particular are used in? You're used in the rock picker. That's it. Are you used in anything? You're used in the demolition drone. Of course you are. Ooh, I like that a lot. If I'm interpreting that correctly. I like that a lot. It looks crazy expensive, don't get me wrong, but like that seems crazy useful. So yeah, I don't anticipate this is still going to be standing by the time I go to produce those, so I'm not going to bother with this. If I need more of these, I will come and grab them. Speaking of which, do I have some in my inventory? Yes, I do, so I'll just allow them to live in here. This guy, however, I would like to change, so you can go here, you can go here. Logistics limit. So, chlorine barrels. Chlorine barrel. Again, let's keep like 100 of these. And then just request the barrels in. And I probably don't make barrels. So, that's something new to add to the bot mall. Only change from default settings is very rich sulfuric acid patches. I guess that's interesting. That's not one I would usually think to try and tweak up, but at the same time, the most recent time I played Space Age Run and I was trying to work on Vulcanus, sulfuric acid was a consistent problem the entire time. So that does make sense. Let's see. Intermediates. Can I not make barrels in here? Is that something I need like a foundry for or something? Yep, I guess so. Okay. Fair enough. Let me look for the barrel recipe. You can be made in foundries, yes. Alright. How large is a foundry? So a foundry is also just 3x3, so it's not that extreme. Why are you angry? Oh, they actually, they got this placed. Very nice. Love to see it. Okay. Something for your next run. Ah, gotcha, okay. Just thinking about what you'll change for next time then. So leave 0 empty, that will be the barrels. How about empty canisters? Empty canisters evidently can also not be built in you. Empty canisters also made in foundries. Okay. When can I make explosives automatically? Green research, really? That's the best I get. Okay. Oh yeah, that's quite a ways away. Okay. So, green research until I can make them in any way that is not by hand. I mean, alright. Fair enough. So let's say 0 and 2 will both be foundries then. What can I do for 1 and 3? Anything interesting at all? I suppose I can do fluid depot. Hold on. Fluid depot takes a barreling pump, supply depot, and medium tank. Okay, so I do make those, I just wanted to make sure. And then 3, I suppose, you can be a drone dispatcher. I'm actually feeding the drones everything they need. I'll have to check on that. You can be a drone dispatcher, sure. And then pick those up. Let's get foundries in here. Make sure to wire them. I never changed the blueprint. Never changed the blueprint. Okay. Well, I'll do this manually one more time, and then I will go and change the blueprint. Which one have I been doing to which? So bottom goes back, top goes forward. Back. And forward. There we are. So read ingredients and read ingredients. As the feeding sometimes a medium demolisher is a bit ridiculous for a speedrun. Not that quick. Yeah, I would say you probably don't want to be taking on too many medium demolishers. That sounds like maybe not the best idea. There they are. Okay, barrel and empty canister. Surprised actually we don't have the chest just on hand. Those aren't the most expensive things in the factory. Figured we would just have those. You don't say, yeah. Yeah, medium demolishers are not usually something I want to tackle. Given the choice. So let's go ahead and get this updated. There we are. Grab you, mall, new contents for blueprint. Make sure the parameters are still set. Yes, they are. Everything is all peachy. Just double checking. Does it look correct? Yes, okay. There we go. Thank you guys. Okay. Why is this not being made? I guess I'm just missing parts? How many logistic spots am I up to? 120, so they are kinda building more bots by themselves, but they're not being quick about it. You need aluminum sheets. Do I have aluminum sheets? I should. There you are. I have to be somewhat careful. These are very small requester chests. I could easily clog one of these with one of the more expensive buildings. Doesn't look like I'm in too much danger of that yet, but, you know, it is something to be aware of. Research still going, and I did notice just a second ago that the bots do not have a source of brick. I have bricks right up this direction, but they're in a big steel chest. So let's grab a filterable inserter. Make you brick. And pop you right over there. And red chest. In fact, can I just do that? There you go. That way they should have all the basic resources, if nothing else. Can I also force a few more logistic spots to be made? We do just need robot frames, which do just need open turbines, which needs turbine 1s. I do have turbine 1s up in the spaghetti mess somewhere. I promise, there they are. You're just missing motors, because I have no nickel. That's probably not a good thing to be out of. Yeah, there's just no nickel. I mean, fair enough, I suppose. How much nickel you need? It's 6 ingots per. Are you going to have enough? Like, are you going to maintain full uptime? It does look like you should. How about you? You also should. Only barely, though. Like, none's backing up on the belt, so it is close. I do attribute some of that to power at the moment, though. Every time wind tanks, and right now wind is completely gone, the base really suffers. Which says to me something I should probably do, because it's very cheap and very easy, is just add a little more power storage somewhere. Like, how much short am I? Very short. We are kind of death spiraling here. I assume steam production is suffering. Let's say I can typically get about 40 megawatts. And the demand is about 330. So I need like 300 extra megawatts. Awesome! I believe each of these turbines does like 1 megawatt? 2.5, because these are tier 2s. Okay. So 4 of them is 10, and I only need 300 megawatts, so only 30 times that. So I only need 120 of these turbines. Yippee! and enough compressed nitrogen to make them work. That's nothing. Yay! Let's see. So obviously I'm not going to go that hard onto these, but maybe I will just go ahead and double the current setup. Let me just make sure I have bot coverage. I have bots nowhere near here, actually. This will be quite a struggle, in fact. Looks like sandstone's running a little low, the miners are unhappy, but we're hardly using any sand anyway, so I guess that's not an urgent issue. Good enough. Okay. There we are. Thank you, bots. And start heading north. That will have to do. Put you there. Can I make that any better? And more out of the way? Something like that works, I guess. Sure. Okay. And then I want to come over this way. Good enough. Okay. Anyway, once again, the whole point is I wanted to take this and extend it over, and then probably... I can't really put you there because then you're in the way of the turbines. Maybe I'd rather do lines like this way. That actually seems pretty reasonable. Let's go ahead and get that worked out. Break that so that I can buffer that if those you so choose to run. Grab you. And then break these power poles. You got this, bots. I believe in you. Oh, I guess base bots are coming to deconstruct this, so... I guess that's why the personals aren't doing too terribly much. Let's do this. Why not? I would really like to be able to flip you, believe it or not. I believe this is the correct orientation. So let's start you from... where would a nice place to start you from be? I don't want to be in the way of the tanks, so I want to be at least this height. And then probably one more so I can get the return nitrogen sent back. And then put you here. And let's get some power poles into these guys. Doesn't reach. Okay. Fair enough. Well, let's just move you back a square then. And then I can do pipes like this. So... there we are. Don't need that on the top. So input is down the sides, output is in the middle. Let's go ahead and just run you this way and straight into here. Knew that was going to happen. Okay, what if I run the return up the top then? Also, these power poles did not connect somehow. Not sure how I managed that. Each one of these turbine. I don't actually know how much you put out. 576 a second. Oh boy. 576. Okay. That's quite a lot. That's more than I was thinking, not gonna lie. That's gonna be a lot of pumps. Can I get pump tier 2s? How much better is a tier 2 pump? You can do 6,000 a second. So that's 5 of these? 2,500 plus... Yeah, so about 5. About 5. So I have 20 of these, so that would be 4 pump tier 2s. Might as well go ahead and get it in. You are already angry. Okay. Acknowledged. What is the extent here? 51 out of 46. What if I just go ahead and made a few more tanks? How far will you let me go? 57. Okay. As long as I keep that gap there, it should be fine. And I'll add just a few more tanks this way for the compressed stuff. Anyway, the point being, I'm gonna need a lot of tier 2 pumps. So I need 4 for just this setup, and if I double it again, that's 8. So let's just leave room for 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Hopefully, that is enough. If it's not, oh boy. Okay. So run you up this way and in. And then we'll take this whole setup and just double you one more time. There. A pylon is in the way, but the pylon is also misplaced. If I move it over one tile, this does just work. I think that is an acceptable sacrifice. There we are. We do need another roboport, unfortunately. But I can just put you, like, right there. So the bots will get all that figured out on their own in due time. So I will just continue extending this out this way. Just have a little more storage of the compressed stuff. And then also have... well, this is a single overflow pump is probably not going to be enough if we have 8 tier 2 pumps pumping into the system. That strikes me as maybe not enough. Each one of you does 100. Oh boy, each one of you does 500. Yeah, that's a lot. Oh boy, that's a lot. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, this grouping right here, that's 600. How much does one of these do again? 6,000. Okay. Well, the answer is clear. I just need this over here again. Somewhere like that roboport has to move, or this power pole does. Between the two, probably the roboport. Yeah, we'll put you there. Grab the roboport and just move that over here. Make sure everything's still in build range. No real problems. Okay. Then you get built up here. These guys have to move. Let's just throw you over there somewhere for now. connect all of that up. And now for each one of you, I need pin stamps of these. And if you haven't noticed, there's 8 of those pots. That's a lot of chimneys. So let's come over this direction and just start putting them down. So let's start from about here, I guess. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, there we go. No problem at all. But yeah, that's just wonderful. Oh man, okay. Let's get this guy in there, just to serve as a little bridge down this way. Might as well put you right there. Okay. I guess I'll get another little bridge roboport in, like, right there. I also really hate that there's that gap there. That's unfortunate. I think what I will do is just throw one of these guys right there. Okay, anyway, that gives us build range out to this area, at least. So this is enough for 1 pump. What is the pipe extents on this? 50 out of 144. Okay. At least that shouldn't be an issue. So here's 1. Gonna have to do this from map view, otherwise I just legit cannot see. How do I line this up properly? This is so challenging. Okay, there we are. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there's 5. Maybe I'll undo the last one, because we need a total of 8, so... And I'll just put this one over here. Okay. That works. I do need more roboports. Let's just get a couple in here. I'll just throw 2 in there. Maybe, 1 more in there. So those can connect, that will connect. None of this in here is connected, unfortunately, but I think I will solve that with these guys instead of full roboports. Yeah, I can just put you there and you connect. Okay, that seems fine. I do have to actually get the pipes into these guys. But I suppose a single pipe should be able to do that. There we are. As long as I don't have pipe extent issues, and if I do, I know how to solve them. I'm not sure that actually covers that top pump. It does not. This does. Good enough. This can just move over one. I'm fine with that. And everyone is all happy. Okay. So, how are things going? Seems fine. Why are you not running? You have no nitrogen. Seems odd. That's because you're full on carbon. I guess that does make sense. Would I want dedicated nitrogen production? Like, why is this backed up? First of all. So, you are backed up, but you're not my primary consumer. Wait, you're not, right? You are my primary consumer. Never mind. The phosphor just takes that much graphite, I guess. Okay. Fair enough. Why is this not moving at all? Well, I am using you. I guess I'm just not using much. And then you come down into here, but this tank is full. And I'm not really using lubricant. Okay, fair enough. I mean, it does move here and there. It's just not moving a lot. So, do I want to also void carbon dioxide and just allow this to run pretty much continuously? I would have to do that responsibly somehow, but I do have comparators now, so I could do that. I have storage tanks for regular nitrogen up here. I would just want to... I could even forego storage tanks for carbon dioxide and just read from the chemical plants, I guess. I'd read these at the top because they're going to be the last ones to shut off because they get to output first. So yeah, let's just do it. Logic circuit. Pop you like right there. Get wires. You hop into there, and you into there. You do reach. Very nice. So, read contents. Carbon dioxide. And then read contents, nitrogen. So I just want these guys to shut off if both of these are full. So you seem to only hold 80. So if you're greater than like 60 or something, sure. Nitrogen. This tank holds 30k. So if the nitrogen is more than like 27.5k or something, you know? There's a lot of tanks that might seem pedantic, but we have a lot of storage, so that is a pretty decent storage buffer there. Also, all of these are supposed to be overflows, so let me make sure I change that. Anyway, if both of these conditions are true, then I want to output a red X. You should be over. So this is the stop condition. So if we are full on both gases, we want you to stop. And there you are. So as long as the red X is less than 1, you are allowed to run. And the reason that I need to do it this way is I am going to set up a void on the carbon dioxide path. And how can I snake that across over there? Guess easiest would be over these power poles. And then down. There we go. And how can I get the carbon dioxide all together? Easiest way would be if I just undergrounded them together, but there's actually not a very comfortable way of doing that. Like, nitrogen takes the close spot, so you would have to take the second spot here. Which is just I mean, it works, it's just not great. Let me use tier 2 pipes for all of this. And I still have to use undergrounds here just so this doesn't connect, which is just awesome. There we are. And let me see if I can just copy that. For some reason, that doesn't work here. Ah, that does make sense. Yeah, that's just not very nice at all. I really never intended to get the carbon dioxide out of here, is the problem. So let me drop you that way. And then you connect in here. And yeah, you are exactly the same. I might just continue you down as a pipe in that case. And then just red underground down this way. There's no more to underground to regardless. Do I need you to underground there? Like, how do you work in here? How do I connect through you? Connect through the machines. I don't need these pipes. Those just don't need to be there. And then you can be the same as what I have up here. There we go. I was wondering why that was being so weird. Have fun. Okay. And then, can I take these pipes, horizontal flip, and just stamp them over here? There is a roboport in the way, which does make me unhappy. Let me just make sure. You go there, you go there. Okay, the nitrogen connections are different anyway. So, first things first. You have to move. Let's just put a relay in here instead. Just because it takes up less room. Right in there. Get you in place. Get you in place. And then I can just run those up. No problem. Let's do it at this level. It's just a little neater because I will be undergrounding here. There we are. And there we are. That gets the machines on each side connected to each other. I just now have to get them connected to each other. And also, how much are you producing? 40 apiece. There's 8 of you. So 320, so I would need 4 chimneys. Man, where am I gonna fit 4 chimneys in here, man? That's so many. I suppose I don't need to connect them to each other. At least, not down here. Well, they'll be connected up top anyway. Actually, they don't need to be. The whole point is that this is just backing up and being a problem. So I just need it to not back up and be a problem. So you can just come down this way. I can actually just go ahead and put a pump right here, so overflow. Continue down and grab a couple chimneys. There we are. And then same over this way. And just grab an overflow, pop you there. Underground until here, just so you're kind of out of the way. And then chimney right there. Don't even need to bring you down that much, honestly. You can just go right there. And everyone should be a-okay. Yeah, I mean, it'll sort itself out eventually. No power. Why is Steam... Is Steam just not running? No, Steam is running. Steam is doing its best. Okay. Yeah, we are definitely running the turbines. One thing I can do now that I have a few buildings automated is I can go ahead and mark these Tier 1 turbines for upgrade. It does make them just a smidge more efficient. So I might as well. That is, if I give them robot coverage, of course. Aw, man, of course it lines up that way. It hates me so much. Okay, Roboport there. Your range is to this output right there, so I can go up to here. Then your range extends to this water pipe right there. So I can go up to this level. But I can't really fit anywhere. The build range does go pretty far though, so I can just put you to like there, and then extend a power pole up, and that's a-okay. And then once I have more map coverage, I'll continue crawling the roboports out that way. That's a lake. I thought that was a little building out in the middle of nowhere for some reason. Okay, we have been going for like 3 hours now, and I do have to stop early today. I don't know if I mentioned that. I think I started mentioning that earlier and then just didn't. But I do have to stop a little early today. Not right now, but in about 4 hours, I'd say. So that's still a pretty long stream by most people's definition, I think. But it's gonna be early for me at least. You are missing a pipe. Okay, so where does that leave me? You don't have chests for reasons that confound me. You don't have yellow. You don't have antennas. Antennas don't have rubber. I guess I just still don't have enough logistic spots because there's definitely rubber in a chest. Yeah, we're only up to 122 logistic spots. I think that's probably the biggest thing I could do right now, just manually, is go and make more bots. Say, I got sea, hydro plants, wastewater. Don't know why I'd ever want to do that. So let's see what I can do to help everything along down this way. You still need more turbines. That's closed. Here you are. You need open turbine once. Oh, right, I don't have nickel. I don't have nickel, and that's what you were wanting. So what I might do is just grab a blue chest, pop you right there, and have you just request motors. Sure. So the thing is that I do have motors in the system. I have another recipe down here that uses insulated wire instead, and the bots will be able to take these no problem. I guess I should give them a blue chest. That would probably help. And now we have turbines on the way once again. Go ahead and mark these assemblers up this way for upgrade. Just help speed things along here and there. And all of these guys as well. Just might as well. There's no reason to have them stay as tier 1 assemblers. It's not like that helps me somehow. So I'll just go ahead and mark all of them. There we go. Those should all get upgraded in due time. Right now I think the bots are mostly focused on just resupplying me, which is cool and all, but not exactly what I'd prefer they focused on. How are these turbines doing? Okay, so we do have a supply of turbines coming in now at least. So this did pick up again. Very nice. Love to see it. Okay. So you're also missing fabrication tools. You are only missing robot frames. Just out of curiosity, fabrication tools, repair packs. Repair packs are running. Okay, so that is just a lack of logistics spots. That is the problem. So everything should be getting solved. Power is still abysmal because wind has decided it doesn't love me anymore. Wind was so good for so long, and now it's just decided it doesn't want to cooperate. Funny enough, I do believe down here somewhere I have some of those solar panels. They are pretty much objectively worthless, but I do have them. Why are you running? There's 300 of these. Like, what? You're definitely in robot range. Is this a power thing? Like, just out of curiosity. No, that is the item. You are being loaded into a supply chest. What is wrong with you? Like, I'm trying to find other examples. Okay, yeah, like, why are there so many rail chain signals? This is circuit connection, not logistics connection. Okay. Okay. Oh, that hurts a lot. That hurts a lot. Okay. Okay. Well, that's not very fun. That burns. Yep, I have 100 electrolyzers right now. That's why the logistics bots have been so busy, because I've given them unreasonable demands. I suppose that will do it. Well, I have more electrolyzers than I will need for a very, very long time, at least. Let's just keep going down the line. I guess I just really wasn't paying attention when I made this, this blueprint earlier. Ugh. At least most things didn't have the opportunity to just wildly run away on me. Okay, how about you? Yep, let's just keep it going. Like furnaces. I'm actually a little surprised I don't have just a bajillion furnaces sitting in here. There we are. And there we are. Well, we're about halfway done, I think. Let's just make sure I didn't mess up. Yep, okay. Keep on keeping on. There we go. And the wind turbines, of course. Yeah, there's 84 wind turbines in here. Granted, those aren't too expensive anymore, but you hate to see it. It takes so many clicks too. It's such an intensive process to move everything over. And there's no way to like parameterize something, copy and paste anything. It's all individual. There we go. Okay, we're almost done with the first row at least. It does explain why the logistics bots have been so sad, because even though there are only 100 of them, I did kind of expect they'd be doing better than they were. And this does answer that question, at least. There we are. And how about you? We had 176 green wires available. Well, at least we're probably not gonna have too many robot parts. That one wasn't an issue. I do keep clearing the top, by the way, because I don't want this... I believe this would cause trouble if I just cleared it. See how it does say disabled by control behavior? So I can't just clear it, I do have to turn it off. But frustratingly, if you turn it off, you can't then right-click to clear what's inside. I have to turn it back on and then clear them. And that's just annoying. And technically, if you leave them in here and disable it, that's not a problem. It's disabled, it doesn't read this, it's fine. But then it sits in here forever, and it looks like you have a separate condition in here that you really don't, which is annoying. So I am going through and clearing them. It's just has to be done in a very specific order of steps. And if you get the steps wrong, then it either breaks, which would, you know, be lots of fun, or just looks ugly. Or, more than looks ugly, looks confusing, which is never desirable. There's a lot of them to do, isn't there? Okay, so you're done. Let's get the speeds done. And these guys. And finally, you. Of course, we're not done yet. That is the first row. We still have the whole second row to go. So let's go ahead and get these going as well. Okay, so these are another 25. 25 seems to be the most common number. You can't get used to that, because if you start just typing 25 everywhere, then you start keeping 25 of things like train stops, which by default we're only keeping 5 of. And I guess it's probably not the end of the world to keep 25 train stops, but all the same, I'd rather not. But then you have things like rail signals. I remember looking earlier, we have quite a few rail signals. But the rail signals pale in comparison to the chain rail signals. Granted, we're gonna need a lot more than this. I might as well set a higher limit regardless. If I do start building out an actual rail system, I do actually want more rails than that. So let's set a higher limit there anyway. But still, that's not what it was supposed to be by default. Make sure I've cleared these properly. I am skipping some. Whoops. There we go. And there we go. So, I was talking about this earlier, but I do have something later this evening that I have to do. So I'll be stopping around 7:30. I don't remember if I gave a specific time or not. And of course, I know time zones, the bane of everyone's existence. But the nice thing about my streams, at least, is I start streaming at exactly noon my time. So 7:30 will be 7.5 hours after I've started streaming. Hold on, how much are you? 25, another 25er. So that's going to be, what time is it now? It's 350. And if you're wondering, yes, I'm sure that is probably going through my mind because I also would like to be done doing this. Please free me. Release me from my suffering. Oh good, we're half done with the second row. There we go. Yeah, 350 of these is probably more than I will use for the entire game. Yeah, they're not an ingredient in anything. These are legitimately only for me. I might as well just replace this recipe with something else. Like, I will never consume that many self-repair packs. Again, the solar panels, I might as well set a higher limit on regardless. So let's go ahead and do that while I'm here. And we are finally nearly done with my very easy, quick and simple bot blueprint that I do every time I play the game, that I've somehow messed up on multiple ways and multiple occasions. Oh, disable. Oh, disable. See, you do have to go back and check some of them sometimes. And then the tier 2 pumps. And moving on to the compressors. Again, will I even need more compressors than this at any given point? I don't know. At some point, it becomes tricky not to start disabling the other one. You don't even have a condition. Glad I found that. Keep like 100 barrels, I guess. That means you won't either. That is the circuit condition. Let's keep 100 of you as well. What do you stack to? 50? That's no problem. Keep 10 of you. And finally, keep 10 of you. Okay, at long last, that's done. What I do need to do still is put this down and update the blueprint. So, you here. I just tried to copy the 10, that's not going to work very well. There we go. Put one in, clear you out. Logistics, copy, 2, remove and clear. Logistics, copy. 3, and clear. Make sure you're all good. Okay, I think we might actually have the real blueprint this time. Yay! Parameters. Still solid. Very nice. Okay, save that. And hopefully, never touch it again. Hold on. Okay, I had to make sure the comparators were in there this time. Okay. What do you even request? Read ingredients. I'm gonna scream. Okay. Hold on. I mean, I'm glad I looked. I'm glad I looked. There we go. Everything finally should be good. Yes. Cool. Good. Okay. There we go. Does look good. Okay. So we are making progress. Slow but steady. I just have to stop making silly mistakes like that. It is antennas that we're limited on now, which are limited on rubber. We're definitely not limited on rubber. We must be limited on logistics, which it does seem that we are. So we're almost good on power, because wind has picked up just a smidge. It just needs to love me a little more than it does. And there we go. It's trying. It's trying. It's doing its best. Okay. I do think it would be probably a good idea to go ahead and start expanding out the solar field just a smidge more. I don't have roboports out that direction though, so let's go see what I can do about that. I'm also not requesting roboports myself. Not sure if I want to be doing that right now, but I guess I probably should, just so I can have at least a few on me. And then what do you need? You need a red belt. You certainly do. I did kind of forget about that. You need antennas. Antennas are kind of getting made. So, red belt. Let's give you a blue chest somewhere. That's your input chest. Okay. Let's do that. So, you don't need reds, but you do need yellow undergrounds and red underground pipes. But let's just do this and take the red belts off. I suppose I'll do the same for you. Just take any red belts off. You don't need red belts. What do you need? Steel. I can take the steel out. Are you getting anything else? Doesn't look like it. Okay. And then you need to be limited, so logistics limit. Oh, good, more of this. Didn't even think about that before I just dived into it. Splitter, keep like 50. Red undergrounds, do the same. And red belt, let's keep like 1,000. We have no power, so there are no bots. No, you just legitimately don't have power, it looks like. You should. You definitely should. Oh, we just don't have power in general. Never mind. Never mind. Speaking of which, it would probably be a good idea to throw some charging pads around in this area, since there are so many bots going to and fro. Just, you know, scattered around. Give them a hand. I was just thinking that because the reason this Roboport lost coverage first is because there were so many bots coming in to charge at it that it just drained its battery. So that made me remember, oh yeah, charging is probably a good idea. Let's scatter some of that around. I never finished you. So, what do you get? What is this? This is a belt of rubber. You also get steel gears. Looks like you need everything else. So, take those two off. Let's bump you up to like 50. And then you can be, 10 or something. Just so we don't waste the bot's time. Everything else seems fine enough. Yeah, power is kind of rough, man. Why is wind suddenly so bad? Okay, would be nice if I could have had this area up and running, but I guess that's too much to ask for the time being. Let's see what I can do to get a few more roboports placed down. I realize the irony in placing more roboports when I'm already having power issues, but one problem at a time. You need red belts and yellow chests. I can give you some yellow chests at least. Red belt, that's a bit more of a challenge for the moment. Go ahead and allow this to finish up though. There you are. Just take all of those. And then red belt does take lubricant, must be made in a machine. But I can give you yellow belt. And that will begin producing some red belt. Yeah, as soon as wind picks back up, we do start charging everything. It's just, we are a little more reliant on wind than I guess I would like to be. As that picks up though, these guys should come on again soon. I'm actually a little confused why I don't have more nitrogen than I do. Yeah, these nitrogen pipes are completely full. So these guys are trying to run. Oddly enough, there's none in the storage tanks. It's all being forcefully loaded into the turbines, which I guess is kind of interesting. I wonder why there are no pump 2s. You need pump 1s. And just aren't getting any. The pump 1s. You're up here, you have no motors once again. Okay, so just like this guy over here, looks like you might just need a special delivery of motors. It is just motors, yes it is. So let's go ahead and do that over here as well. Just because apparently I can't get enough nickel wire to keep all of these satisfied. In fact, you also need motors. So let's stick you up there. And where else do these motors go? Looks like they go into you. Generator doesn't need motors. But you need motors. So let's also put motors into you. And then I don't need this whole belt down here. Let's see. You need the turbines, which is what's on this belt. You need motors. Wait, hold on. Okay, I thought that might have been a green strip right here, right where I was about to put another one of these, which would have been very funny. Anyway, that's gonna bring in whatever you need. I'm just going through and replacing all of the things that feed off of this motor assembler right here, because apparently it's not going to be very reliable, and if it's going to be taking nickel wire, this guy... Oh, you don't take nickel wire? Never mind. Didn't something else need nickel wire? Electrolyzers, foundries... Yeah, there are things that need nickel wire, so I guess by the time it makes it onto the belt, that is already the leftover nickel wire, because we do buffer nickel wire this direction here. We do buffer the nickel wire into a provider chest, and the inserter that takes out of it is limited, so that it only takes that if there's already 40 in here. Also, do I do anything else with nickel? This is the only thing I do with nickel, so I don't see any reason to limit this chest. That just seems silly. Oh, I can see a bunch of red belt coming in, so I guess something I did was working. I don't really want to keep turbines on me anymore. Can get rid of those. I'm going to bring you down to a single stack. Filters. What all do I use filters for? Air filters, seawater intakes, these guys. I don't know if I want to keep filters on me anymore. I'm going to knock that back to a single stack. Motors, likewise, I will likely knock back to a single stack. That's all fine, I think. Mostly I just didn't want to be carrying around multiple stacks of a material, just because my inventory room has been a little tight recently. So, let's see. I can get rid of quite a few of these things, actually. I do keep rubber on me still. Yeah, this seems fine. We can leave that as it is. Though, fortunately, those are short-lived. I won't need those for very much longer at all. I remember, like, 2 hours ago I started making explosives, and then I got sidetracked doing something else. Granted, it's not like they were unimportant things, but let's see what I can do. Also, how's my fuel? Fuel here is... I caught it right at the very end, look at that. And then you, likewise, are empty. So I can come over here and go ahead and get that refueled. And then start grabbing new fuel cells, because, oh boy, I do need them. Oh, and I guess the bots will continue keeping me supplied for the time being. Speaking of keeping supplied, let's give them the explosives so they can go clear out some of those cliffs. And let's see, we need so many things. But now that power has been kind of restored, like, not fully, but... well, okay, it's still not great. It's still not great. I was gonna say I want to focus on this area a little bit more, but maybe that's not where I need to be. I do want to get some pump 2s. So let me see why pump 2s are not being made. Wherever they happen to be. I know I make pump 2s. There they are. Just rubber? Have some rubber. Oh, that put you in the trash slot for some reason. That's because you take 1 per recipe, I guess. Let's see, what else do you take in here? You're also all 1s. What if I bump you specifically up to, like, 10? That way, this requester chest will keep at least some stockpile of ingredients for you. I think that's only fair. And, how many of those pump 2s do I need? 15 more. Okay. Well, they're getting made, if nothing else. Does look to be mostly a rubber problem, so let me just keep that stocked up with rubber. And, do I have Tier 2 motors just on me? Yes, I do. Have at it. And you know what? Have some pipe. And have some pumps. That'll keep you busy for a while. The chimneys. Let's see, where are the chimneys? You need brick. Just need brick. What do you need? The pump 2s are whatever. I was kind of wondering if maybe I just multiply you a little higher as well. Yeah, why not? Let's just bump that a little bit. It's gonna mean that, like, we lose 10 pumps and 10 tanks. Oh well, who cares? Okay, so we do need a lot of those chimneys, which is part of the reason why I'm trying to rush them along. Just because we do need to be able to vent this nitrogen up here. We are fortunately, well, we got this pump placed, and now they're placing this one. Not exactly the pumps I would like them to be focused on, but we are getting 1 pump up here at least. That will allow some of this to kick back on again. I remember a while ago I was going to try and force some roboports to be made. Oh yeah, it was red belt. That was the problem. And then train stops. Train stops just need antennas. I should probably be requesting antennas myself. So let's go ahead and get those requested. And just start handcrafting a few. Now, what all is red wire used in? Quite a few things, it looks like. Probably a good idea to keep red and green wire on me as well. Maybe not 200. Maybe like 50 or something. There we are. So you... I don't see them. There you are. That way I can just force a few of these to get made. And then that should get a few extra roboports made. Oh, cool. Let's just help them out a little bit. So they are slowly but surely gonna start picking through all of that. Yeah, let's see if there's anything else I can do to help out around here. Solar panels, actually. Maybe I can dot some solar around. Solar's not the best power. Each one only does 100 kilowatts, but you know, it's something, I guess? Like, if I did 10, that's just a free megawatt of power during the day, which is hardly anything. But I have all this space in here where the wind turbines are anyway. Might as well. So let me see if I can make an interesting little pattern between 4 of them. Right there. Okay, so I want it to be kind of the same height as the turbine there. Then let me just see how many can I fit across. Then I, of course, have to have room for power poles. So you can come down. Does a power pole, like... Okay, a power pole is exactly your height. So, just for science reasons, if I put you here... Does that... Okay, the wire does reach if I do something like that. In fact, in theory, like if I had the ability, I could even put a 2x2 accumulator. My bad, never mind. And they wouldn't be powered in the middle anyway, so don't really see what difference that would make. But at any rate, if I do something like this, how does that work out? How does this tile? It tiles decently well. Decently well. So I can copy that. And put that in. Oh, except the size is wrong. Well, that's fine. What if I move you left 1, and then you also get a 1 square gap? I think that's decent enough. In fact, I'll just make a blueprint out of you. I'll even grab the wind turbines. Well, if I'm gonna grab the wind turbines, I'd like to do corners. So I will do that. Just after I have the rest of these placed in. I'm so confused. How is that wrong now? I guess it's been wrong the whole time and I just didn't notice. Whatever, who cares? If it works, it works. So, blueprint. Move you up so that you're actually correct. All of these pylons are in a square, yes they are. So grab you, and there is the new wind turbine blueprint. So, power square, let's go. And maybe make the primary thing here the turbine, wherever that happens to be. And then a solar. Sure, good. Everything looks good. Create that, and just toss it in. Oh, you should be snap the grid. Do I want to do absolute or relative? Actually, I have no idea. Like, does absolute just work from where it is? Also, width needs to come in by, like, 5, I think? Oh. Push it out one more. And then height needs to come in by 1. And I believe that all looks good, yes. Just to take care of the overlapping parts. Okay, so you need to move up 2 squares. Which means I think that's this part right here. No. Yes, that would be you. Yeah, that looks like you. That's the wrong way. There we go. Okay, so we have an absolute grid, and so I should be able to just copy that around. No. The height is... Okay, I need to bring much... Yeah, that needs help. So, grid size, height. You need to come up by 4, like 8, I think. One more. Now I think we're okay. Hold on, can't I, like, control alt shift control. There is a way to adjust the absolute offset of a blueprint like this. I remember that being the case. It's not something I've ever tried to do before, so I don't remember how to do it, but I know that it does exist. That said, I will probably just come in here and fiddle with it a little bit. So let's just set you to 0 for now. So you need to move up, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's move you up 6. That doesn't look to have given me the intended effect. I'm like right in the middle somehow. What if I come back in here and set you to like 18? Where does that put me now? Why is this confusing me? Why does this not work the way that it looks like it should? Do you happen to tell me how to move you? No. No, you don't. Okay. Do I care this much? I'm putting so much time into this. Do I even care? Kinda care. I kinda care. What if you were negative 18 instead? You look identical. What if you were negative 9? Getting close. That's real close. Looks like you need to come 3 tiles down. Wrong way somehow. Now you overlap. Okay. Now when I move you down. Nope. Nope. Okay, never mind. I'm done messing with that. You can be relative. Let's... well, this doesn't look correct anyway. Is that gonna be correct? Like, if I did that... I would like to be somewhere outside of bot range is the problem. Like over here. Okay, left and right works. But up and down does not. The solar panels line up, but the, well, that makes sense, because this is on the top solar panel row, and this is on the bottom solar panel row. So I would need a larger stamp of this for that to work. So, at the very least... Maybe I should have just done the solar panels. That would have been so much easier. That would have taken me like 3 minutes. Let's just do the solar panels. There. And then you can be relative. Why are you so huge? Let's just delete this and try again. There we go. See? So much simpler. Bring the height in. And then that should just work. You are relative. And there we go. Just pop you in there. Let's clean up our mess. There we are. Now I can just come in here. And drag you up. Now going left and right doesn't work as much, but that's why this is relative and not absolute. There we go. So, not that we even have build coverage in this area or anything, but I can get roboports into here. Yeah, we need more build coverage up this way. So let me just start stamping roboports down in the blanks. It does look like this works fairly well with roboports, actually. So top of these solar panels. Yeah, look at that. There's like one tile of overlap, which is not exactly optimal, but it is very good. Go right there. And might as well do one right there as well. And just kind of keep that going, I guess. Being able to do these from bot view would be quite nice. So, I'll just dot a couple around, and we'll deal with the rest some other time. And the bots will come in and just start placing things down. Steel. Okay. Well, at least it's resources this time. Well, unless we're just not bringing them in quickly enough still. Which is very possible. Sensors. I just did this a minute ago for roboports, but let me do the same thing over here. What are you? Controls the attached depot using circuit or logistic conditions, can also override the request count for request or buffer depots. I mean, sure. Interesting. Reads the total amount of selected items across all supply depots in a road network. That actually does sound very useful. Outputs depot content or network supply as circuit signals. Use the GUI to switch between depot content, full network supply, or network supply excluding this depot. How are you different? Road network, circuit reader. Transport depot, circuit reader. Okay, so you just read everything across the entire network. You have more options. I guess that's there. Interesting that's split up into two different items. Kinda seems like that could just be one, but I guess that works. So why don't I have crushers or medium miners? That's a small miner. But I guess that's probably just going to be a lack of small miners, which are mining tools. Which I'm sure I probably make somewhere. But maybe that's the problem, maybe I don't. I sure don't see mining tools anywhere. I sure don't see mining tools. So, you know what I'm going to do? These self-repair packs. Let's get rid of those. And you're going to be mining tools. Which can't be made in an assembler. Okay, what do you need to be made in? You need to be made in a foundry. Well, you know what? Same deal. Let's just get a foundry. Got 26 of them on me. Connect you to the proper guy. This one? Yep, because that's the one the solar panels are connected to. Read ingredients. Set your recipe to mining tool. And logistics limit. Mining tool. What's your stack size? So, another 25er. There we are. And you might remember, I did specify trash unrequested earlier for exactly reasons like this. It just went ahead and trashed all the stuff that it no longer needed. I have so many construction bots on me for reasons that I don't understand. I also have logistics bot. One of them at least. Just have fun, guys. I'm not requesting those. I am requesting 10, but I'm not requesting like 60. So I'm not really sure how I wound up with that. Maybe I picked up a roboport that had robots in it at some point? I'm not really sure. How's power? Okay, power is better, but that's because wind loves me again. As long as wind loves me, everything is fine. But as soon as wind no longer loves me, everything is no longer fine. Okay, we do have all of our pumps in. That is very nice to see. Fluid ingredient shortage. You are full on carbon dioxide. Why is that? Because you don't have your chimneys. Interesting. Interesting that chimneys. Well, I guess I'm placing like 600 of them. There's no bricks. Let me go see if there actually aren't any bricks. I can't imagine that to be the case, but again, I'm placing like 600 chimneys, so sometimes you just gotta check. Nope, there's definitely bricks. Just means they probably need a little help. I will turn personals off, however. Reason being, those, like, 3 chimneys are a little more important than some of the ones over on the other side. And I'm already past them. Walked too far. And now I'm walking into a rock. So let's get these placed in by hand. Just so I can get some of that extra nitrogen up and running. There we go. You guys might not be running full time, but we're definitely doing better than we were. And that allows us to build up some nitrogen while power is good. So what else needs my attention? Yeah, we have 381 missing chimneys. Sure, we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, wind is tanking again. We still haven't updated all of these turbines, which is a little confusing, but I guess that's because we don't have the roboports in there. Because we don't have relays or small storage chests. Both of which are likely just waiting on sensors. So let's do this. And without even looking, do you take sensors? Yes, you do. Thought that might be the case. You're waiting on rubber. So let's just give you some rubber. And let's see, what else can I do? Maybe I'll raise the limit of sensors here. They seem to be a very important ingredient, so maybe we need more than 25 of those. Still, like, less than 200 logistics spots, which, for as much time as I've dedicated to them, doesn't feel like very many. Let's see if I can't bring that up a little bit. You also seem to be missing, because you don't have ingredients for reasons beyond my comprehension. Can't even imagine. Okay. Might also want to increase the number of solar collectors here. Solar collectors are just good to have. If I had the ability, I'd go ahead and start planning out more, but once again, we are still missing those roboports. So I'll give it another minute or two. Let's do that. Steel sheets I can't help with too much, I don't think. Oh, well, I have some. Yeah, just waiting on sensors, it looks like. Which one? I might go ahead and bump you up a little bit, so that sensors have a better buffer materials, because this is pretty cheap. I'm not worried about wasting materials on furnaces I will never need. That's a little silly. Wound up in the trash slot because I put it in the wrong chest, but I guess the bots will sort it out eventually. Still full utilization of all of my logistic bots, which is why things are a little slow going at the moment. Do I get bot speed anytime soon? Bot speed, bot carrying capacity. Doesn't really look like it, so... Eesh. I might just go back to focus on expanding down here, but the reason I haven't been doing that very much is just because I can't even get this base to run, let alone a whole new base down here. So it's not really seemed meaningful to continue working down there when I can't even get this one to run. But I think I might try and just brute force more logistics bot. I'm gonna go grab some rubber. I'll act as a human logistics bot for a little while. But I do feel like I've been stuck. Like I've been just kind of here for a long time. The aluminum rod. Let's go find aluminum rods. Now I need magnets. And since it's sensors that we seem to be lacking so hard, I'm just hard focused on sensors for right now. I know magnets are made in here somewhere. There they are. And capacitors. Okay, I'm making, like, a lot of sensors, so I think I'll leave that there for now. not sensors, antennas. I'm making a lot of antennas, so I'm gonna leave it there for now. And I'll just let the bots distribute these as they see fit, except for the last 20 or so, which I'm going to throw around myself. Oh, well, they're just bringing them right back to me, I guess. Oh well. There we go. We'll see what they choose to do with that. Thanks, guys. Kind of surprised they aren't more eager to take those away, but I guess they are. They are busy. That's the whole problem that we're trying to solve. They're also bringing me a lot of red belt, which is cool and all, but I don't necessarily need right now. So let me go ahead and reduce this to 400. Thanks, guys. You taking those antennas? Doesn't really seem like it. Okay. Let me just do that myself then. Oh, you're enormous. Okay, never mind. I thought you were way bigger for some reason. Maybe I was just zoomed in real close. There. Let's do my best to keep that running. Because it is gonna split the robot frames between logistics and construction bots. So I'm doing my part. Let me just throw a whole bunch of those in there. Some into yellow chests, just keep those running. And into whatever over here happens to need some. Aluminum rods. Yeah, okay, we just don't have the bots for this. Even the construction bots are strained right now, actually. They've been hardly doing anything for a while. I guess they're out here building this stuff, maybe? Or do they have buildings they can place down here? It looks like furnaces. It looks like there's a whole bunch of furnaces getting placed all of a sudden. Oh, I bet this roboport is new. They probably just placed this roboport, and now they're coming to build all of this down here. That would make sense. Let me just save them the effort. There we go. Hey, it's not robot frames this time. I have some of those on me, so have at it. At least the number's climbing a little bit now. We're up to 140. And it should snowball. As we get more and more bots, it's easier and easier to make more and more bots. The only thing that's really gonna hurt is if we get another power drop like we did right here. Yeah, the power drops. The power drops hurt. Granted, with our backup power coming in, we should avoid dropping quite as hard as we have previously. There's still... how many turbines is this? That's 40. Each one does 2.5, so that's 100. That's 100 megawatts flat. Which, I mean, is more than our total base's power draw right now, so... Not awful. Not awful. I do wish there was a way in here that I could tell which power source I was relying on, but I guess it's not really that important. Oh, thank you, bots. Keeping me topped up. Speaking of topped up, let me see if I can build more Roboport. I can help. And I can help. Am I requesting chimneys by any chance? because I have 2 on me, and I don't believe I'm requesting those, so let's go ahead and dump those in for the bots, just so they can utilize those. Yeah, we are, we're still missing 760 chimneys, but I guess that's come down about 60 since last time that I checked. We just continue acting as human assembler and crafting machine. Just keep the sensors a-coming. Running up this way to grab more rubber, and then I'm gonna run down and grab more brass rods, because I know I'm gonna need some. It's actually capacitors that I'm out of right now, but I know I'm gonna need these too. There we are. I guess they're actively bringing me capacitors right now, so that's kind of cool. How are capacitors made? Because those should be for science, actually. I guess I can upgrade these guys, since I am relying on them. I don't have a vacuum chamber 2, unfortunately. I can upgrade these, though. I'm not upgrading the science buildings specifically. We already overproduce on purple, so it's not really necessary. But even if I could, I wouldn't want to produce more purple, because that just draws more of this stuff, which we are actively using. What might be kind of cool, though, is a little more red, because for some reason, red seems to be slacking. Red slacking because you are going to be using nickel wire. What if I change your recipe? Let's change you to the motor that uses insulated wire instead. You do need the ferronickel sheets. Let's just find where insulated wire is. Yeah, that's going to be challenging to get up there. I don't want to use bots for science usually, but this needs a 0.16 per second until the upgrade, in which case it's going to be probably double, so like 0.3 something. I mean, it's 0.32, but you know what I mean. So I think that will be just fine as an exception. So, insulated wire, and just keep like 50 in here. Have fun. Assuming this is in bot range somehow. No, it's not. So, let's just do that. Which does mean I probably want to go over there myself and get that taken care of. There we go. Is anyone actually bringing? No. No one's actually bringing insulated wire yet? They will. They'll get to it. I believe in them. Actually, am I even using nickel wire for anything else? Like, if I come up here, what are you used in? Well, you are used in foundries and electrolyzers, and magnet. That is true. We have been using more magnets recently, so maybe I do want to ease off the nickel wire requirements. I just saw them bring what looked like empty canisters. They did bring me empty canisters. Why are you bringing me empty canisters? I have no idea. I do not wish to have empty canisters. Or barrels, for that matter. Thank you. Don't know why I had those set up. I guess so I could fill them myself before I had requester chests. That does make some sense. They are no longer needed, however. Okay, so let's see. Let's get you going. You need more antennas, because of course you do. Just keep this going. And however many I have left can go into bot. Which now need open turbines. Which need aluminum sheets, which I do have. So, have at 'em, guys. You'll make more use out of them than I will. Let's see. Steel wire, is that used in anything? Nope. And you go into a chest. All good. Okay. Are you limited? 700, okay. It just looked like there was an awful lot in that chest, and I wanted to make sure I wasn't turning all of my steel into steel wire. That seemed like a poor decision. Okay, we do finally have Roboport snaking up this way, which also gives me map view, which is very nice, because there was a time or two where I had been venting hydrogen. And I don't really want to do that. I would much prefer to turn hydrogen into steam. So let's copy this. But I have to copy it carefully. Because I can't copy these because I'll overwrite the recipes. So let's copy you. And then as a kind of independent chunk, we'll copy you. Just try our best to make that line up. Looks like you line up right about there. Okay. And then we have to change your recipe to the one that takes hydrogen. There you are. Okay, so you actually don't give carbon monoxide, so I don't need to worry about that. The oxygen can stay, that is good. What? You're water. Okay. Good. How does that work? It doesn't really. So hold on. Okay, so this is from one combustion to the other. So put that in there. And I should be able to just put this in there, but there's other pipes that it's going to connect to. So maybe I'll just clear whatever's in the way in here. And just try to put you in there and see what happens. So that does make a water connection. That is good. That makes a connection to your water, which does look good. How's oxygen? Oxygen does connect. How about you? You kind of just end. Right. So this is the oxygen pipe, these three over here. And then we have the bottom left is the underground for the carbon dioxide, monoxide, I'm not sure, for the other guy. So you go right there. Which does look like it just fits in, which is good news. And then, the result of all of this is I can copy from this power pole here to this side over here, and everything should just be nice. Should just cooperate. Yes. Okay. The only thing I want to do is, once again, we don't actually have the carbon byproduct. Carbon dioxide. So I can just get rid of that. Steam. Hold on. Okay, so there are tanks, or pumps in here. So those do connect. Okay, so that's why that looks a little weird. Those are the pumps for these guys. That's fine. Yeah, okay. And then this is the water return. Very good, very good. Okay. Oxygen's great. And all we need is this line to be hydrogen. Well, and to have a roboport out here that can actually build it, of course. So let's put you right there. And then this can be hydrogen. We just have to find where hydrogen can join us. I think this is a fine turning point for hydrogen right here. There we go. Connect you in. What is this? Something I don't need to worry about. So hydrogen comes this way. Let's go ahead and have you come down here. And yeah, you can connect right there. That works. Works beautifully. Okay. What I will probably do is bump you down one, so I can put a pump control here and make sure you are overflow. That way we only void if I really absolutely need to. Power will reach if you were a tier 2 pole, so let's just get that swapped in. And everything else looks just fine. This continues in. Very good. Okay. That way I don't accidentally void my excess hydrogen. It can just get turned into steam. Not that that really seems to be a problem I encounter often, but it has been a problem before. Chlorine is backed up. I kind of half remember working on that somehow. I think since I can't void chlorine directly, I was working on voiding hydrogen chloride, which again you cannot void directly, but if you combine it with caustic solution it becomes brine and you can just dump it. I kind of feel like I started doing that somewhere. Yes, right here. Look at it go. Okay. So unfortunately, I am still full of chlorine. Why am I controlling the pump and not the building? How confusing. I don't know. Why would I do this? Let's connect you into there. That should get you all of the signals you need regardless. So chlorine is over 13k. So chlorine is over 13k. There we go. I don't mind the pump being controlled here, but I think I will remove the circuit condition. Is that connection necessary? No. And then just have you as a regular old overflow. Actually, that's not gonna work. However, you can just be a one-way valve at this point. So I can just do that. Why would I do that? That saves me nothing. Just be a pump. Have fun. Yeah, that's fine. It does look like I need to be producing hydrogen chloride faster, however. So, could I pull that off somehow? Chlorine comes in from over here. If I moved you up one, I would... let me go up there in person. Just because the chlorine is backed up and that is a problem. And I don't have much else to address physically myself right now. So let me go see what I can do up here. So what I'm thinking is this needs to move up one. If it did, then I can put this here, and then the chlorine can just chain between them. Let's get a little bit of power in here. Let's get power in here. I keep having to move it back, but there we go. Connect you into there. I seemingly do not have a chemical plant, which is bizarre to me, but let me just make a couple. There we go. So, that should be running. That should be converting chlorine twice as fast. We produce 120 a second now. And you know, there are things that need hydrogen chloride, so this really should be an overflow actually. That way we can keep a buffer of hydrogen chloride. That just makes more sense. So now we only void it if we actually need to, and we can build up a buffer up here. Also, how quickly can we void you? 56 at a time. That's actually not very fast if we're producing 120 at a time. I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, and we only void if we need to. Like, already I believe it has disabled. Well, fluid ingredient shortage, but still, we're right around the area it's supposed to be. How are you doing? Caustic solution seems to be holding at a good level. It's not causing any trouble. I kind of thought these guys were getting built forever ago. I thought that was the light blue of something being placed by construction bots, but I guess I was mistaken. Unless they're really taking the scenic route down there. So let's see how things are going. So we're up to 160 logistics spots. So the number is still slowly creeping up. We are missing aluminum and capacitors. Let me see what I can do about that. There, just have it all. Maybe not my purples. Give me my purples back, please. And some of the memory circuits would be nice to keep. Everything else you can keep. I don't mind the other stuff. Thank you, bot. Much obliged. And there's more logistics bots on the way. Let's see. Accumulator charge. Okay, is going up. and it's just kind of dancing back and forth. It's hard to say if that's good or not. We do have some of the solar panels going up, which is nice to see. When the wind decides it no longer loves me, they help us ride out the day a little stronger. Yeah, solar is accounting for just under 10% of our power. Maybe like 7.5%, so it's not amazing, but you know, it's better than what we had. Would like to have more of these turbines placed down. I don't know if it matters without more of these chimneys placed down, but we're doing what we can, I guess. It seemed to be working well enough, actually, just oddly enough. Okay, let's see, it's 5 o'clock, so I've got another 2.5 hours, and I haven't even touched this base down here, which is just wild to me. I did not think my expansion efforts would prove to be this expensive. I kind of thought I was ready to just go. I greatly underestimated how much prep work I still had to do, I suppose. Do I have antennas? I don't actually see any on me. I do request them, I just don't see them. I have none. Okay. You need red wire. Okay, yeah, we just need red wire. Which needs logic circuits. Let me make sure logic circuits are not dead. Okay, logic circuits are, in fact, dead, waiting on aluminum wire. Aluminum wire. So we are waiting on aluminum ingots. Hold on. Why are you not running? You have no hydrogen. Let me make sure I haven't accidentally restricted the hydrogen flow somewhere. I have. But I don't know if that's a problem. 300 a second can flow through there. That should be enough for that setup. How does hydrogen flow into here? Only as an overflow. Rest has to come from these guys. And they are running. And it does look like I vent oxygen. I actually don't want to be venting oxygen here. I would much rather it flow into the other network. Because we turn oxygen into steam over this direction. Well, granted, we are venting oxygen over here as well, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, we have these two electrolyzers. In fact, I can upgrade these two electrolyzers to be a little more efficient. But they just don't quite seem to be enough to keep everything running anymore. These guys up here are helping as much as they can, but this is just overflow, and we're not overflowing very much. Oh, and we're also topping up these pipes. Do I want to do that? Do I even want to do that? I might swap you to also overflow. Bring the number down, but, you know, still. Maybe I'll bring you both down to, like, 60, and then you can kind of try to keep these pipes balanced. I think that's fair. That way, as you generate hydrogen, we can actually use your hydrogen. Also, I'm kind of just avoiding this steam, more or less. I mean, it's turning into power, but I actually would like to just feed it into a steam electrolyzer, if possible. You produce 100 steam, like just over 100 steam. So let me do this and get an electrolyzer in over here.
You want to make dinner?
How much do you take? 3,000 per recipe, and then you give a truckload of oxygen and hydrogen. Okay. I mean, fair enough. So, let's see. Oxygen I can just connect in. Where does hydrogen even go? Okay, hydrogen is this pipe right here. Pipe extents are angry somewhere. Looks like oxygen is not happy with me. Oxygen and the hydrogen pipe. I guess that makes sense. Should have anticipated that one. Let's get you in over here, just as a nice little refresher. How do I get power to you? There you are. And you can just go in there, I guess. As for oxygen, let's get a... Let's get a pump like right over here. There we go. And connect. That should make everyone happy. Does look like it. Yeah, pipe extents, 97, you'll be fine. Okay. Fortunately, hydrogen isn't a problem because we won't have a chimney to void it for a while. I knew as soon as I marked it for deconstruction to move it that that was going to be the case, but all the same, we should be devouring this salt up here, so I'm not really sure why this is backing up. I guess the inserters are just too slow. But let's go ahead and mark these guys for upgrade, because otherwise we're going to wind up backing up on salt. Some of these miners have exhausted themselves, so I'll pick them up so that they can get replaced somewhere else. And yeah, let's see where we're at. You still need open turbines, which needs more aluminum sheet. So just have at it. Seems like you're mostly getting everything else that you need. Aluminum sheets are probably just the highest volume item that you take, so that would make sense. I went up there a while ago to look at aluminum and got completely sidetracked. What did aluminum even need? Graphite. Oh, graphite needed hydrogen. I wasn't producing enough hydrogen, that's right. I really hope I have an electrolyzer. It doesn't look like I have an electrolyzer too. I don't know if that's because I just don't craft them, or if because I don't have one. But either way, let me find where this one specifically is meant to be. There you are. And let's just get that right in there. Or you can put it over there, I guess. I guess that's fine too. Yep, thanks. And I'll use that electrolyzer to build the next one. There we go. Okay, so then you should fill with steam and then output all of your stuff. I never gave you a hydrogen output. There you are. let's see, you have the ability to vent oxygen, and I assume you have the ability to vent hydrogen. This is a one-way hydrogen connection, and I do not like that. Don't think that is a smart idea anymore. So, let me first pump there, and connect them in. I love the pipe brick I've got going. Ooh, that's not really gonna work very well. How could I get this to work? I guess nope, I can't drop you. You see, oh, I know what I can do. I can use small pumps. This is exactly what they're useful for. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Much better. I don't have tier 1 pipe on me, so let me do that. And then you can connect up there. In which case, let's just bring this back in general. And you can connect here. In fact, you can even go a little further than that. One tile further, but still. And yeah, that's fine with me. In fact, okay, I can do that. Nice. There we are. This one should be top up. So keep this pipe at least 40% full, and if it's over 80% full, then I dump it back this way. Seems good to me. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's a little more efficient than what I had set up before. So let's see what's going on down this way. Oh yeah, and does that help aluminum at all? Like, I only just turned it on, so I don't know how immediate the effect would be, but we are full of hydrogen. Okay. The pipes are considerably happier with me, even as the power dips. I guess wind is unhappy with me, but oh well, what can you do? Does that mean we've gone through all of this? Yes, we went through all of that compressed nitrogen. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't charge surge equipment or batteries. Only works to satisfy unmet demand. Okay. I was wondering if maybe I just had this wrong somehow, but we did in fact burn through all of that already. Okay, we have a little bit of excess power back. I mean, I'll take it, I guess. Yeah. it's fluctuating, but we're getting somewhere. Speaking of getting somewhere, let me go see if I can force a few more bots to be created. I am a little tired of working on this though, and with my final 2 hours, I think I probably will go start building out the next base, even if I can't power it. Even if it makes no sense. I want to make some sort of progress today. So there's some steel gears. Let me look for other things I might not have. Like, for some reason, they still say they don't have bricks. I assume it's just that bricks are a high quantity item. Like, yeah, they're coming to pick up bricks literally right now. So I think it's just coincidence that I often come to things and find that they do not have bricks. Logic circuit. That's right. Did that ever help? Like, if I follow this back, we are getting some aluminum wire to come in. It's just not a lot. Like, this is not running. You could take one... You only need 1 ingot a second. Like, 1 a second is not a lot. Okay, I take that back. We have 16. And that is only about 1 ingot a second total, I think. Yeah, only just over 1 ingot a second total out of this whole setup up here. Perhaps... Then, what I need to do is upgrade the furnaces. I can't upgrade them to the medium furnaces because they are larger, but I can upgrade them to the next tier of small furnace, which we might have. It says we don't. I mean, we will eventually. Also, if I do that, that's going to be 0.32 a second of the carbide. Can I handle that up here? Comfortably. If anything, it might be the inserters that are lagging here a little bit. So let's get those upgraded. It is 16 of these, right? Yes. So assuming speed doubles, then they would go to 0.2. And then 0.2 times 16 is... Oh, not... Okay, it's 3.2. My bad, I missed a decimal. In which case, you are actually slightly underpowered. You won't be able to handle quite that much. I wasn't expecting that answer, to tell you the truth. I guess it's a good thing I double-checked. So, let me rework some things real quick. I put you here, and then horizontal flip you to right here. And then you can raise one. You can also raise one. There we are. Just something like that. And then we'll just connect you over there, why not? Just have fun. We do need to actually get the water in, of course. Or rather, out, I guess, in this context. Is the water an input or an output? The water is an input, okay. And move power pole this way. I have just enough room. Get you in there. I can underground this pipe, I guess. And then the same over here. That just allows me to get an inserter in there without too much fuss. But we do have to power the ones on the inside as well. So, what if I move you? And then do you there, and you there. That seems, reasonable? Yeah? Yeah, I think everyone's happy there. Everyone seems happy there. And now that it's cleaned up, I can see easier. So, you connect, water connects. Oh, cool, okay. Technically, this pipe is unnecessary, but I think I'll leave it there just for fun. This is also, like, way overkill. We do not need this much extra. I would just need one more machine, but, you know, we're just keeping the symmetry. Also, what can I do to actually get that made? All furnace, which needs brick. Well, I have some brick. What do you know? I also happen to have iron plates. And what are you? Ferronickel. Ferronickel wire. Have some. We should only need to make a couple, because once they start coming in, and then they get made into the mediums, then the bots will fly out and replace them, and bring the smalls back in, which should finish out the cycle there. Shouldn't be too bad. Oh, and I do have chemical plant 2s now. Just sensors. Still just sensors, okay. I'll just continue handcrafting however many sensors I can. In fact, I have modules. I kind of keep forgetting that these exist. They can only be made in small assemblers. Oh, I literally have them over here. Do you exist? I have these yield modules, and I have speed modules. So what I might do, if I need quite so many sensors, is I can do this, and speed, and just say, have fun. I could have just grabbed you, I guess, and put you in myself. Also, can I do that in here? I can! Look at that. I might even... Oh, look at that. Okay, that's pretty nice. I can get productivity on bots. I'm pretty pleased with that, if I do say so myself. Doesn't make any sense. I'm just... I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, but I'm actually smiling really hard. That's a good one. Go ahead and do that as well. I wonder if I can get productivity on any of these other expensive things. I didn't even try, because usually you just can't. I wish there was an easier way of doing this. What if I set you on my hotbar, just for fun? I can get productivity on roboports. I don't even need productivity on these parts, I just want to. It's fun. What about something like rails? I'm sure I make rails in here somewhere. Or solar! That's a good one to throw prod into. All these turbines that I'm making should probably have prod. Yeah, I'm gonna make so many pumps. You know what? Everything gets prod unless it's stupid. Unless it makes no sense to take prod, I'm just giving you prod. The modules, actually, would be a very intelligent place to put productivity modules. We make so many of the small miners. They're an ingredient in absolutely everything. Actually, you're an ingredient in a lot of things, oddly enough. I might as well have productivity in all of my assembling machines. I mean, might as well. I'm not going to do it in things where it would be silly, but like we make so many of these, for example. Wire just makes sense. Things like barrels and canisters, I guess. Why not? Like, it doesn't really make sense to put prod in these things, but at the same time, it's not hurting anything, really. It just makes them a little slower, very slightly less efficient, but who cares? I might as well just put it in everything. Electrolyzers, why not? Distilleries, sure. Implants, have fun. You know what? Just everything. Yeah, just everything. Except you, which I'm probably gonna have like 2 of, maybe. I did miss these in here. There we are. Do I care to put it in any of these things? Belts, actually, would be a pretty reasonable place to put things like this. Just, yeah, I mean, why not, right? I don't see any real downsides. Let's just, oh, and science, of course. Let's just go in the map view. And just start popping things down. Just, if they can take modules, I might as well give them modules. Like, vacuum chambers, do I care? Not really. How about red science? Do I care about red science at all? What do you take? Like, not really, but I might as well. What's it gonna hurt? Rubber, I guess. The chemicals that make rubber are a little difficult to make, even though I'm sure I'm probably fully stockpiled on them. Can't prod you, okay. Makes sense. What I do want to do, actually, is come and upgrade all of these boundaries. And then that will allow me to get an extra module into them. Just again, it's, you know, resources for free. Why would I not? Some of these I might want to be a little careful about, honestly. Some of these were ratioed properly, and so if I start throwing modules into them that slow them down even a little bit, I might wind up throwing off things that expect to be able to pull that much. Like, for example, science expects to be able to pull a lot of aluminum wire. And what kind of speed down? You do reduce it by 10% with a productivity of 6%. So that is less. It is something to think about. So I guess if I wind up short on things, I will have to come and double check that I didn't accidentally punish myself for trying to use too much productivity. Like, all these things down here. There's not really any reason not to just shove productivity into them if I can. Like, can I put modules? I can even put modules in these guys. Like, I did it on a different process down there, which is what made me think about it. And then I was like, I bet I can even module up these. I don't know why. That's, like, a surprise to me. For some reason, I really feel like I wouldn't be able to module these. But here we are. And I already said as much, but I'll probably at some point be required to come back and replace some of these productivities with speeds, but for the time being... hold on. So this is nickel, out of curiosity. Not in the combustions, okay, didn't think so. So that one's nickel, that's bauxite. Iron is down this way. Here we are. Go ahead and get these upgraded. And moduled in. actually, the medium furnaces even get module slots. Very nice. Okay, so that was a fun little diversion and all. But let's see where else I can focus my attentions for a while. I don't think any of this is going to be finished for a long, long time. Would have probably been intelligent, actually, to do this in stages rather than all at once. But oh well. Who said I am a patient person? Might as well help it as much as I can, though. Have more. Just more. I'm sure you need some. Yes, that's what you were waiting on as well. And then these guys will both need some. Get some red wire in there. So, how are you coming along now? You are still missing aluminum wire, but there is at least some in the chest over here. Yeah, not a lot, but there's some. We have thousands of aluminum wire over here. Hold on. Let me just go grab aluminum wire and shove it in there. So, down this way, into you, and into you. That should last them a good long while, and so the bots don't spend time trying to resupply me. There we go, aluminum wire. Wonderful, yay. One thing I did do is I did get bots over here finally at some point. So I will try and expand downwards now. Roboport right there. And then you are at the top of this pipe. The lowest I can go is right here. That's okay, I guess. Okay, what if I do you? And then just move you over one. There we go. Okay. That allows me to see the wire extent of this power pole, at least. So now I have Roboport down to here. I do need to get construction range into here as well. So let's see what I can do about that. You can just sit above the labs, I guess. Don't think anyone's going to be mad about that. And, yeah, let's see. We'll put one of you up here. And then we'll also have to bring someone down this way, but I would like to make sure your ranges overlap. So you're on this power pole. You can go here. There we go. And that still doesn't give me a lot, but it gives me something. So let's see. You are just above that power pole. So right here. There we go. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Might as well just do that. Yeah. So if I wanted to copy this whole thing, like right here, go straight to the bottom, over, and grab like that, horizontal flip. Does that ruin anything? Doesn't really look like it. It works surprisingly well. Let's try and line it up at least. Yeah, I could bring it into here, but that's just asking for trouble, I think. Let's bring it one out and build you right there. That is the same height. Yes, it is. All good. So, steam. Let's send the steam this way and replace you with tier 2 pipe. In fact, let's replace most of this with tier 2 pipe up until this pump right here. And then the same up this way. Just for better pipe extent. And this one is the water. Once again, let's try to upgrade you. Oh, I only really need to bring you up to there, though. And in. There we are. What are your pipe? Okay, so you're 64, 47. So I'm probably gonna just go ahead and put a pump here, actually. There we are. That's the wrong direction. These are boilers. They need water to come in. Which does lead to something interesting. So let's bring you over here. And, right. So this pump now needs to go here and here. So you will be a top-up and you will be an overflow. So I do wish I could set that before the bots came in and placed you, but I guess I just have to wait. But there we are. And connect you there. Okay. Oh, cool. You don't have power, but you will eventually. I don't know why you don't have power, to tell you the truth. Ah, we are missing that power pole. There we go. Now you have power. Not a lot of power, but you do have some. What? Okay. That is intentional, I guess. That's fine. Yeah, these are surge electrolyzers, so yeah, that's all fine and dandy. I might even expand this a little bit. Though you do take a lot of water. It would probably be worth to store water on this side of you, if I do expand you, which I do believe I will. Looks like everything just works there. Should be good. I am going to have to connect the hydrogen lines. I think that's all I have to do. Everyone should be connected. Does look like it. How about oxygen? Okay, oxygen just kind of connects naturally. Oxygen's fine. let's see. That's missing power poles, but that's otherwise fine. We have some of these down, so they'll at least start accruing heat. And power. Wind, once again, does not love me, so that's why I'm trying to expand power, because I really don't like being reliant on wind. Yeah. You can see everything around here is flashing. Let me see if I can't manually go and place some of this. Let me grab, would be intelligent if I went and grabbed some parts, such as solar panels first. So let me just come over here and empty out this chest, and let's see what I've got. You move around and map you enough, you start to forget just how slow you are. Let's get this place down, I suppose. Even if it is isolated. Not going to help too terribly much, I guess. Oh yeah, glad to finally have that place down, I guess. You guys got this, come on. In you go. And one of the more useful things I could do while I'm out here is just to place the roboports and the power poles. Once again, that roboport is going to be isolated. So let's see, does that connect? That does actually connect. Very nice, okay. Only half of this field is within construction range, so I will have to bring roboports down the back as well. Which is fine, I guess. I just have to find somewhere I can actually connect. Okay, I can connect over there. Not over here, but I can over there. And then just start bringing them down this way. Construction range does overlap, even if I only put you, like, here. So I can just bring them straight down, and that's not an issue. There we are. And keep on keeping on. Hello, bot. How do you do? You're also mine, aren't you? Come on in. Have fun. There we go. Let me get a couple of those crafting. And for some reason, my bots will not place these. Let me just do that. No? Oh, well, I guess we are in construction range. No, they won't do these either. I do have solar panels. I do have bots. Oh, I have no power. Right, kind of forgot that was a thing. Well, I was a human construction bot earlier. I was a human logistics bot. I was a human assembler. I guess I can be a human construction bot again. Might as well place the ones that are actually important if they do decide to get the boilers up here. There we are. So that is connected. So they should come and build all of the rest of this without too much fuss. Which should double the amount of steam that I produce. You know, you would think. Maybe I need more steam turbines? Not that they're even building the ones that I've, you know, already got placed, but I might wind up needing more turbines. Not really sure. At any rate, I'm going to head back to my place at the center of the base and see if that's done literally anything. I mean, I wouldn't expect it to do much yet. It got placed and then it turned nighttime. So maybe in the morning when the sun comes up, we will see some improvement to power. Let's see. Also, are these getting placed? We should have the parts. Construction bots are just completely busy. Okay. We have no available construction bots. I guess I'll leave those 5 on me. That could be useful eventually. Oh yeah, I have no power. In my armor. I should probably address that. Take the empties. Pop you in, take the empties. Oh, it's doing its best. It's so unhappy. I'm gonna take a drink of water. I feel like this happens a lot in Factorio, where right when I'm ready to make a big push, suddenly everything collapses and everything goes wrong. I don't have the materials to build, I don't have enough power, everything just starts to spiral. But, that's part of playing the game. You just gotta persevere, push through. We are getting the heat exchangers placed in, and do I have the ability to make heat exchanger 2s? Nope, just the 1s. Heat exchanger 2s don't come until I have the second tier of thermal power, which shouldn't be too far away, granted. Let me see. There you are. Okay, never mind. They are very far away. Been here for a while, no circles. That was like 20 minutes ago. My bad. I literally just saw that. I guess I didn't notice chat move when the message came in. How did you figure the ratio for the heat panels to solar boilers? So when you hover over the collectors, in fact, it might just say if you come in here, let me see. Output, 150 watts, but then there's also a neighbor bonus. So if you really pack them in like this, you'll notice there's a 40% neighbor bonus, so output is 210 in the bottom of the panel over there. So if I average, not all of them are going to be 210, but most of them are going to be 210. And like the bigger you make your solar field, the closer and closer that average gets to 210. Then you can look at boilers, or heat exchangers, sorry. And the heat exchanger has a max consumption of 1800 megawatts. So I just assumed an average power from the solar panels of 200, and then 200 watts from the panel goes 9 times into the max consumption of the heat exchanger. In other words, if the solar panel's 200, this takes 1800, then that's 9. So, 9 panels. That could be completely wrong. Like, you know, I don't claim that is necessarily the objective truth. That's just what I did. Does look like we were able to get some hydrogen to turn into steam, which is kind of nice. Did all the math, assuming no side-to-side bonus, because the connection is linear. Of course there wouldn't be side-to-side bonus. Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise, but I kind of had the opposite. My assumption is that they would be able to share heat up and down. And so, even though there's the heat pipe, icon across the front, which makes it fairly obvious, they even have the heat icons front and back. It took me maybe only a second, but, I was surprised to find that they would not share heat up and down. Why is there a power pole here? No idea. It did not need to be there. Okay. Well, anyway, let's see. Still waiting on more modules, which is waiting on green wire, which is waiting on red wire, which is waiting on logic circuits. Fair enough. Where is science? Waiting on aluminum wire. Okay, so that did already burn through the whole backlog that I threw into it. I might just run over and throw more into it, since it's just sitting in the chest, ready to go. Let's take the 200. I was trying to figure it out before I had one, just assumed it would be only that. Yeah, so roughly 9-to-1 probably most of the time. Yeah, I'd say 9-to-1 is pretty solid. I've been in the trenches today. I couldn't even tell you what I've done, to tell you the truth. Like, it's been one of those days where simultaneously the factory feels a lot stronger than when I started, but for the amount of effort I put in, I don't see a lot of improvement. We do have boundaries. Okay, I'm just trying to check on progress of things that I've kind of set and forget myself. Like, we have all these upgrades that are kind of half-finished up in here, from Assembler 1s to Assembler 2s. We're requesting modules. Struggling to vibe with this mod. It's not so much specific to this one, it's just I hit this part of Factorio pretty often where I have hit the limit of what I can do with this base, so now I'm trying to expand out into a new base. Literally haven't even touched the new base, other than adding on this chunk down here for steel. But literally don't even have processing. Like, this is just a skeleton of what ore processing will be. And I'm already overtaxed. I can't afford to build things. My power keeps dying. So I keep being split in like 5 different directions. I kind of feel like I'm not getting anything done. Granted, I am getting things done. It's just, it's a little bit of 8 different projects, and they're all going to finish at the same time, I feel like. Oh, we do have flotation cell 2s now. I don't really know where that's been a bottleneck, but I'm sure that's helpful somewhere. And I can turn steam into water, which is the opposite of what I would ever want to do at this point in time. There you are, I was looking for sensors. I wanted to just handcraft a few. Since something in here needed sensors, and I don't even remember. It was you. Have fun. Wind does not love me again. Everything feels hard to do, and then there just isn't any give the way other mods have. What I'd say with Nullius specifically is, like, how do I put it? Just like the way they have the trigger text set up to make sure you know what you're doing and you don't miss something, you really want to make sure you know what you're doing and that you don't miss something. Like, I'm saying that, I'm not entirely sure I'm doing things correctly. Like, don't get me wrong. I almost feel like there's gotta be a better way of generating power at this point. like, maybe I'm supposed to be producing, like, excess gases down here, because all of these can be burned and turned into steam. And that might not even be that terrible of an idea. But then that's, like, is that even power positive? Or is this just a convenient way to turn my excess propane into steam? You know? I'm genuinely not sure. What is this doing? Okay, keep these 20% full. That does make sense, because I don't limit these at all. That's fine. Heat exchangers are kind of coming in. We've got a couple of them in. Still waiting on combustion chamber 2 down there, but I'm not expecting excess power for the surges to kick on anytime soon. Not unless wind decides to just swing back the other direction. You get that, but even BA, you can set up a bunch of stuff and now you're making more things. This is like you set up a bunch of stuff and you're still making a tiny amount. Yeah, I do feel that. But surge in conjunction with the solar fields would be the answer, but that doesn't seem to be. I've been going with a little bit of everything. As you can notice, most of my power problems are when wind dies. But that's because I'm not necessarily relying on wind power. I'm relying on excess wind power. So the wind power is what charges things. It's what I use to charge, for example, the compressed nitrogen battery that I have up here. It charges the gas tanks down here that I turn into steam, and just a couple other things spread around. So as long as I have the excess power, I'm cruising. And then when the wind dies, then I sit on steam, I have my power banks up here. I'm usually okay. But with the heavy bot expansion that I've been doing, I'm using just so much more power. And I didn't expand power before I started putting down bots. So, you know, it is kind of my fault. I will take that part. It's just, it's made the experience a lot more painful than it needed to be. We do have more heat panels on the go, so they should have this ready before too long, and I do have just straight up solar panels being made as well, so that's not nothing. I am building out a solar field up here to try and get some of this power collected. It does look like I need another roboport up this direction. I'll just let things keep building out, and eventually power will get better. I'll have enough logistics bots that I can actually fulfill all of my requests. We will hit a breaking point eventually. It's just getting to it. And yeah, right now wind's up, accumulators are charging, everyone's happy. Let's see, you're missing turbines again. Turbines are missing steel gears. I can actually do something about that one. As long as I do, yeah, I do request steel gears. And then you are just missing robot frames. So as you come in, we should get more. As long as you don't go into construction bots. I mean, construction bots are great, don't get me wrong. But we aren't using any right now. I'd much rather have the logistics. There we go. And come on, you got this? Okay. So what can I do that isn't just staring at a menu for 20 minutes? And I've also got an hour and a half left. I keep saying that mostly to myself so I don't forget. I've got to keep myself on pace. Yeah, I can't just stare at the solar field and make it come in faster. I just have to go do something else. Which maybe it's finally time to start planning out what else goes down here. So I have steel. Let me build out the silica area, I guess. Unfortunately, I did at some point just start pasting down more of these, and I no longer know how much I'm consuming or how much I need. The graphite, that is. So I'll probably just paste down more whenever I go to make silica. Early day today. Yeah, I've got to head out a little bit early, which still will be 7:30, so 7.5 hours of streaming. So not exactly a light day, but by my standards, it will be a little early. Let's get you down here just to connect things up, because I do actually want power down here to turn this roboport on so we can get the rest of this construction project going. Which does also mean I want you to connect as something. You can go right there. So silica, let me come up here and see what I'm doing. So that's iron. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 products, all made from silica. One of them being silica ingots, which then have to be made into various other products. One of them being lubricant, which is still wild to me. And then, of course, the polycrystalline silicon. I don't even know where this belongs in my grand scheme of dividing things down here, honestly. I'm going to assume that while the ingots go on the left, this will go on the right. That's just the only thing that really makes sense to me. So let's see what I can do. So what I've been doing for the most part is input restricted. So I want something that can consume 1 full belt of input. That way it just makes it easy to copy and paste when I need more. So flotation cells. I can actually make flotation cell 2s. So let me experiment a little bit and see what those are like. You require flotations, foundries, and chemical plants. I was gonna say let me make a square for them. I don't know how wise that is, but I guess I also need tier 2 electrolyzers, so maybe I will. I also spent like 3 hours unnecessarily on my blueprint here, because I kept breaking it. I kept doing it wrong. I can't even tell you why. I've done this 400 times, but for some reason it just was not feeling it. Couldn't tell you. Why can't I make electrolyzer 2s? Hold on. I have the recipe for electrolyzer 2s. Large assemblers! Large assemblers! Large assemblers. Well, at least chemical plant 2s can be made in regular assemblers. Okay. I guess I also need outfalls, and I can do intakes. So, let's see. First, I guess, on the agenda would be large assemblers. And then, what else? So, outfall, intake, and chem plant 2, sure. You don't even have tier 2 assemblers, so making the large ones will be interesting. In fact, what do you take? What do you even want? You take mortar, which I don't produce. What are you made in? You're made in flotation cells with chelating agent, or chelating. I've said several times it's probably chelating, like chemical, but I don't know, maybe it's chelating. Oh, and I know lime is something that I have to make also. Right. Okay, does anything else take mortar? Just buildings, a recipe for the crucible. Okay, so this is just another building material. So you're made out of a bunch of random junk, including you. Are you used in anything? You're used in a recipe for a heat pipe. You're used in the thermal tanks. Okay. Phosphate? What? Okay, so phosphoric acid, which I do produce, silica, and sodium hydroxide. Okay, all things considered, a simple recipe. Let's just do it. Chelating? Like orange soda? Listen, I'm half awake, that's the best I've got. What? Oh, you know. You got better in you, man. You can do it. I believe in you. So, here's the phosphate. Okay, that's phosphate ester. Hold on. Is that different? Hold on. Now everything is thrown into question. What was I even trying to make again? Big mortar hell phosphoric acid is different. It is different. Okay, phosphorus, oxygen, and water. I swear I make this somewhere. I swear I make this. What are you used in? Maybe I don't make this anywhere because I don't use it in anything. Okay. Fair enough. Oxygen, water, and phosphorus. Okay. Oxygen, water, phosphorus. Well, there we are. That's kind of right in the way. Maybe I'll bring you over here. Line you up with these guys, perhaps. And then bring oxygen down. So, phosphoric acid. There you are. And are you used in anything other than this guy? No. So I'm gonna just output you directly into him and not worry about it. There you are. I bet it was chemicals you were trying to make. I bet it was. Interestingly, this takes water as input, and this gives water as output. So, what if I actually raise you just a smidge? 28 to 17. So, yeah, you almost give out enough water. Keep this guy going. Maybe... Ugh. This is not my friend. Okay, what if I bring you up here instead? Put you here. Water is up this way. How am I gonna deal with you? Okay, what if I bring water down? Yeah, down like here. Pipe extents, of course. It's actually fine because I want to pump in you anyway. What are the pipe extents? 64. Okay. Here to help. What would I do without you? We're out of power again. Yay. Thanks, bots. Let me see if I can just upgrade all of these water pipes to increase my pipe extents. Because even one tier 1 pipe will reduce the pipe extent. Okay. 64 still. Why is that? Aha. 144, there we go, let's go. Okay, so now I don't have to worry about it. water comes down. We connect it into there. Yeah, now that I've got some pipe to play with, let me play around. If I can play around, I will play around. So this can come down this direction now. You come up. Let's get a pump in here. And you are pop up. Keep this like 50%. And there we go. Then you just need power, which I can achieve by just upgrading the power pole here. Nope. No, I can't. I can do that, though. I can just make it ugly. Wahoo! There we go. Okay, so... you need... phosphorus. And you need all kinds of junk, which I'm not even gonna pretend I might. I might entertain the idea of belting it. So let's bring you down. Have an inserter over this way. And let's see where I can get you in. I guess I could get you in right here. And over. That'll do. And then you need silica and sodium hydroxide, which I don't believe either of those are even in a box yet. So let's do that. It says they're bringing some silica. I don't know if I trust that. That's probably just random junk in storage. Salt definitely is not in a box. So let me go through that. Salt's all the way up here and has kind of just been treated as a waste product and in fact is backed up. So I'm glad I came up here. Chlorine, likewise. Up. Couldn't tell you why. There's no water. Okay. Did the pots just replace pipe? Hold on. There genuinely is no water. Why is there no water? Interesting. Okay. I guess I just don't make enough water? Okay. Sure. I can make more water somewhere. Oh yeah, don't I make water down here and then send it up somewhere? You come down around... That's overflow. You are not overflowing. Yeah, I definitely am not overflowing. So these guys are working their hardest just to keep power operational, which is not what you want to see. Granted, that's probably just due to our recent power issues. 60%, so it should get to 18 and then stop. As long as it continues running just fine. And wind does love me right now. Wind is my friend. It's just not quite keeping up. Okay, maybe I do just need more water generation then. So let me copy all of this. The problem is, even if I can just pop this down anywhere, I do still need to be able to get rid of the wastewater, which is kind of a problem. But a problem I will have to deal with. Like, I could just pop it right in here. There's a couple pipes I'd have to maneuver, but I'm not really feeling that. Like, I could. Maybe I'd rather just put it up over here. Okay. Have it your way. Yeah, just can't be flipped. Okay. Yeah, I'll just line it up with the top of this guy. Give it a couple spaces of room and pop them down there and make sure, wherever that is, you are all outputting into the pipe. Yes, you are, because the copy and pasted one up here does not somehow. So I was concerned. Okay, fair enough. Is this in construction range? I would doubt it. I would doubt it for good reason. Okay. So you come down this way. And where does that get me? I can put one up here somewhere. I'm gonna need power up this direction anyway. Not the wildest thing to throw you up here. And then just run a power pole this way. A tier 2 power pole this way. Yes, okay. Best I can do. So, I do believe I make all these things, so they should just come and get placed without any issue. Power pole is right in the way, unfortunately. But if I just make the clean water the 2 tall, that shouldn't be an issue. And then the wastewater just gets to be the 1 tall. And run you still somehow. That's intriguing. How about now? Now you're mad. I mean, deservedly so, but had to make sure. Okay. So how much fresh water does this make? Each one is 34. So 2 of them together is 68, so 680, so 1 pump will be able to handle quite a lot of these if I do need to expand again, and I just connected you to the wastewater. Probably not what I wanted to do. Now, where do I dump the sludge? Like, things are a little tight in this area in here. I already have quite a lot of wastewater going into this this little pond down here. And how much are you going to produce? 80. So it will take pretty much a full dump. Could I snake it into here? Just, is that even possible? Okay. So, let's say Science Underground's here. And I take the scenic route around. Where does this start to become a problem? Bring you down that way. And over. And in. Look at that. Okay. Surely I will need a pump somewhere, but that will get it in. We'll get it in, okay. Is this in? It is in construction range, very nice. So we are getting most of these in. The wells are not coming, couldn't tell you why. I know I make them. I definitely make them. I'm pretty sure I make them. Maybe I don't make them. There they are. Okay, missing bricks. Why is it always bricks? Yeah, okay. Just missing brick. Okay, the bots just don't like brick. Like there's plenty of it. Someone's even coming to come and grab it right now. Alright, thanks guys. I don't know what you're doing. You're resupplying my own pipes. I guess that's fine. Do I have brick on me? I do request brick. Let me go and throw some of my brick into the well crafters. They're down here somewhere. Okay, this was farther than I thought it was. There you are. Each recipe only takes 12, so I gave it quite a few. Yeah, the research costs are very high at this point. My base was made for when research costs were like 8 science packs apiece, so I am not really keeping up anymore. Which was part of the reason that I needed the new base. I'm somehow down to 8 construction bots, and I have a logistics bot. No idea. No idea how. Oh, here's my other 2 guys. They went on a journey, I guess. Still no green wire. Because there's no logic circuit. Okay. Still limited on aluminum, which is probably limited on hydrogen still. I mean, you look like you're running at this point. Yeah, these guys look like they're running full time. I notice we still haven't upgraded the furnaces, however. Is that still just brick also? Yes, it is. You know what? Have brick. I don't know what else you go into. Yeah, I don't know why we need so many small furnaces when it doesn't really seem like they go into much. Unless these guys go into something. You... Okay, I thought that was chem plants, but no. Yeah, not really anything. Okay. Hard to tell. Couldn't really tell you. We still are missing Tier 2 assemblers. You do take red wire, I guess. Which is in short supply since I tried to place 10 trillion modules and everything, which maybe wasn't the brightest idea. I do have to admit fault on that one instance. So maybe I'll just handcraft a couple of these guys and see how far that gets me. See, they're happy to bring me bricks. They just don't want to bring anyone else bricks. They just like me better. So let's see, we've got a couple of these guys. Once the first batch of 5 has finished, I'll just throw them to the bots and let them do with them as they will. You are missing purple inserters, oddly enough, so I can actually take care of that one. What are we up to, by the way? 240 and 50 construction. I mean, that's reasonable. The new power field is coming together, but unfortunately they've decided to not build any of the heat exchangers, so I might have to build some of those by hand. Let me see if I can find wherever heat pipe is. Heat pipe would have been one of the earlier things I made, I think. There you are. Okay, that was one heat pipe. Why is there no heat pipe? Because there's no aluminum sheet. Okay. Sure. So there's one heat exchanger at least. And let's see, can I make another? Yes, I can. So I know I make heat exchangers down here. Why are they not making heat exchangers? Like, where are the heat exchangers? There you are. No combustion chambers. Is that you? Yes. So, okay, you do take small furnaces. I was saying just a minute ago, I don't know why there's no small furnaces, so... I mean, that we're making like 8. I guess that doesn't make any sense either. Let's just keep them stocked up. Apparently we need small furnaces. How's power? Okay, wind loves us right now, so hopefully we are taking full advantage and stocking up. Does look like we are. So we are stocking up on nitrogen. We actually need more compressors, it looks like. Yeah, we definitely need more compressors. So let's move this over here. I can't delete the old ones because of pipe extents, but I can move these over this direction. And let's just connect you into there. And then, do you fit? You need to be moved 1. Like, I think I can do that, but it's gonna be a little tight. So, do that, and that does make the power pole work nicer, at least. And then just pop into there. And then overflow 80. This is all being broken. Yeah, I think that's all fine. So I can change these from overflow just back to normal pumps. Well, okay. Maybe I do want overflow. I do want to keep some nitrogen back there. But I do want to keep some nitrogen up here as well. In fact, why not just keep this at 80? Like, what is that hurting, you know? You can just stay there. Okay, let's move this back 1. Is that acceptable? Okay. Back 1 and down 1 will work. There we are. And then we will have to get power into here. So let's see, I can do that, and I can do... Can't quite power all of those pumps. Nothing wants to work. Whatever. There we are. And then just, those in? And one no longer loves me. Oh well. I do have some compressed nitrogen. I just have to reinstate the pump system. It was picked up by bots, and who knows if they'll be able to bring it back or not. I know they'll get to it eventually. It's just... It would be nice if eventually was now. Closed turbine 2. Still need more of those. Why do I have no closed turbine 2s? Because I have no small tanks. That is very fair. I don't believe I make small tanks. Yep. Just don't think I do. Okay. I mean, fair enough. I need more medium assemblers. Let me just go ahead and make a few. Whenever you have to make several of something, it does take a minute to get there. But keep in mind, this is with dramatic crafting speed improvements. Like, look at my batteries dip. Just trying to sustain all of my crafting speed improvements. In fact, how is fuel doing? Decent enough. Oh, thank you, bots. So what was I doing? Not that. So let's put you down. And let me think. So... Oh boy, I lost my train of thought. Small tanks. That's what it was. Yeah, what else would be nice to have? I guess at some point I'll probably want these extractors. That point's probably not now, though. So let's not. Any other things that I really care about? Not jumping out at me, I gotta tell you. Large cargo pod is used in Logistics Spot 2. Do I care? Not really. Scout drone. Wonder how long I have to wait for you. Green science. Okay. I do assume I make flotation cells somewhere. I know I make hydroplants. I bet I don't make those, the vacuum buildings. Yeah, these guys. And I will need them eventually. Might as well go ahead and get them down. What else? Buffer chest. When do I unlock you? Green science. So that one's also a little while. You know, maybe I'll just do like these things, just to round it out. Road network reader, and output depot contents or network supply. Controls the attached depot using circuit or logic. Both of those sound interesting, but let's go with that one for now. All good, okay. So that will give us small tanks. which should give us the closed turbine 2s that we needed. Power, once again, pretty much completely dead. We do have the solar collectors fully placed down though, and plenty of heat exchangers. They are doing their best to make steam for us. Yeah, doing their best. Maybe that's, like, how many solar collectors is this whole field, just out of curiosity? Just under 200. Let me go set the limit for the solar panels to just under 200. Or rather, I will set it to 200. There we go. That way, when we do need to expand, which will be very soon, I won't need to wait on it as much. Also, am I really already out of assemblers? It does seem I am. Let's make just one more. And let's see, I can make 32 logistic spots just in my inventory, and I get productivity on crafts in my inventory. So let me see if I can roll the dice here and get better odds than I have been. I would be happy to make those the modules myself as well, but you might notice that they must be made in a small assembler. I think this is a great opportunity for a sip of water. There we are. You know, what science am I lowest on? Actually, it looks like I'm doing pretty okay on science. Tier 1 is maybe falling behind. So I could just upgrade you. Then it'll probably be this second research, the blue research, that will fall behind, but can't say I'm that concerned about that. Maybe I just need more labs, or maybe it's because I have no power. Either one is possible. Either one is possible. Let's see. So these guys did get placed. This power pole, if I replaced you, still doesn't power all of these guys. Okay. Let's just put that power pole in there. Call it good enough. And then I missed the pipe somehow. Oh, look at wind go. Okay. See, now it's my friend. Kind of feel like I still need more compressors. I kind of figured this would be enough when I first built this area out, but it doesn't feel like enough anymore. It definitely doesn't feel like enough. But like, where could I even snake some in at? I guess I can put some in along the back down here. Like in here? Since we have to have a nitrogen pipe coming down this way anyway. The only problem is pipe extents. Like, since I have to have these pumps in here, it kind of ruins that whole thing. I could just have tanks of nitrogen up here as well, and then make sure these are overflow. That does kind of work. And then if I... Let's see. So that is obviously in the way. Yeah, okay. Can't pack this in too tightly. Yeah, I just don't like that. What else could I do? Ooh, I could just do a line of them here. Yeah, there's no reason this specifically has to be there. In fact, let me go up there, physically. Because I am kind of relying on that for power right now, so I don't want to actually break it. I do want to request... Building. I do want to request the compressors, though, so that I have them on hand. Want these probably too many, but whatever. Here we are. So, let's see. If I move this pipe... somewhere else. Like if I bring you down here, let's say. Right there. And then I can break all of this. Okay, so far so good. Now, now I need these. Did the bots ever bring me any of them? No. Okay, I'll just rely on construction bots then. So let's say I put them like right here. So this is the nitrogen side. And then this is the compressed nitrogen side. And I can just feed this right back into the turbines. Right there. Like, seems fine to me. Let me get some storage tanks. So I do want to store on the nitrogen side, and look at that. Like it was made for it. Okay, so, you know, we don't need an enormous amount of storage. I just want some. In fact, if I can place this, then I don't even need this underground here anymore. There we are. It can just flow through the tank and down. This is all in build range, I assume? Yes, it is. Okay. So this will all get built. These are priority compressors. I would like you to be surge, please. All good? Okay. You will, of course, also need power, but what I might do is grab a line of you. Well, okay, power first. Maybe not. Okay. If I put you here, that's where the poles would be, or the pipes, and then power poles. Okay, I should be okay. I'm just getting a little close. Well, it's not like this one solar panel needs to be here. It can be literally anywhere. It can go over there. And this one pylon, it can be over here. It doesn't really matter. So I'll just move them out of the way. You still feed into the compressed nitrogen tank, so none of this really has to be messed with too much. I do, however, need to move you back a square. Just how it has to be for power. So let's go ahead and get your pipes in place here. And that has to be there for the pumps. And then I'll just run power up this way. If that's not doing anything, that can go. Okay, and then all I need is plain nitrogen on the side as well. Which hopefully isn't an issue. 36 out of 64. All good? 39 out of 64. I have no idea how that only added 3 to the pipe extents, but you know what? I am okay with that. So that's the whole research queue finished up. We've got a couple checkpoint. Curious. I guess it's mostly locked behind concrete. Let me just queue these first. And then I guess I'll look at concrete when I'm done. Okay, so this is working nicely, and that is going to give me quite a lot more of compressed nitrogen production. In fact, can I have a single pump rotated this way that does top up? So keep this just like even 10%. There we go. And that way these guys should be able to continue working. How many is up here? There's 14, each one takes 200, a little over 200. So... hold on, that's 7,000? Did I do that right? There's 14 of you, each of you takes 200, so that's 7,000 input, okay. And then, well, you are 6,000 input, so you basically keep up. Yeah, I can do one more. It's not gonna kill me. Where are you? You know, in that case, I can space these out just a smidge and make it a little less awful. Speaking of a little less awful. Sure. Good. Fair enough. Okay. There you are. Okay. I think that'll help at least. Well, I still need the turbines. I still need the turbines. Let's go see what I can do about getting some of these turbines. I wonder what we're missing. So let's see. Now that we're back, turbines are somewhere down in here. Closed turbine 1 is missing small tank 1. Well, you have no power, so that does make sense. It was hard to notice before because the entire base had no power, but you just legitimately did not have power. So, there we are. Speaking of not having power, look at those accumulators go. Yeah, the solar really is just supplemental power at this point. Also, did that say full? steam full? Why? Okay, let's upgrade the pumps here just for the extra throughput, I guess. I suppose all of these should be tier 2 pumps at this point. Including whatever you are, which is probably not important, but you know, I'm gonna do it anyway. And you. And you. And why not even you? But not you. Just that way I don't have to worry quite so much about the flow rates of all of this nonsense up here. Because something in there just doesn't sit right. Something seems strange. Yeah, you are definitely in overflow territory, so this overflow pump, top up, rather. Overflow is going the other direction. So top up should be trying to keep you at least 60% full. And then we do allow steam to flow this way, but only up to 20%. You just don't have any steam in you, because it's all being consumed. So yeah, we do just need better pumps, it looks like. We may even just feed you straight into there. I'm going to watch this like a hawk, because there's a non-zero chance when they add those pipes, it's going to give me pipe extent issues. In fact, it just will, because we're at 63 out of 64, so never mind. Let me grab this guy. Maybe I won't even underground to the side. Let's just get rid of that. The water is gonna have to underground here. Not a big deal, but something I must be aware of. And then in you go. Yeah, this is one of those times where the heat batteries would be nice to have. Speaking of, did I ever finish the chelating agent or whatever that was? I never put salt in a box, it looks like. So let me go do that. So somewhere around in here is fine, I guess. You know what? Let's be funny. Maybe not that funny. Okay, so if I upgrade you to a tier 2 pole, then I can just put an inserter right there, and since there's no logistics range, you will output to the right, and you will go into a red chest. I don't think there's really any reason to limit red chest, so it can just fill up the red chest. Might momentarily starve us of caustic solution, but I don't think that'll be a big deal. I believe we're probably just avoiding most of the caustic solution right now, so it'll be fine. Also, you apparently never got finished either. Okay. So you go there, and there. And then you can go there. There. And that should power everything, I think. Does look like it. Very good, okay. And And this I did actually set up correctly. Yes, I did. There's the outfall. And what else? What else can I do in my last half hour? Most of this did get upgraded, it looks like. Still waiting on the modules, of course, but they did get upgraded. The furnaces, on the other hand, I doubt those ever showed up, just because for whatever reason the bots are allergic to bricks. Have bricks. Oh yeah, I forgot that I'd handcrafted some bots at some point. So, be free! That brings me up to just shy of 300. Let me see if I can't bring it in the rest of the way. What am I missing to be able to craft robot brains? Probably turbines, if I had to guess. Yeah, it looks like it's bricks, and then I make pipes out of bricks, and then I use those brick pipes to make turbines, which is kind of hilarious. But all the same. $2.99! Oh, come on! How many for you? One more purple inserter. Okay, let me do this. There you go, and then I noticed I do have the ability to make the last few. So let's do that. We do have Stirling engines and geothermal plants built over humerol to generate 10 megawatts of heat energy. Hold on, is that these things? I can't tell. I believe that's what those were. The game hates me. Hold on, I bet I can just do this. Okay. Volcanic site. Limited volcanic gas depletes to a minimum of 25% initial production. Okay, that's huge, actually. Extractor, aluminum, heat pipe. I just found what I want to set up for my last half hour, I think. Because that would be massive. Can you only be made... Yes, large assemblers. Okay, I thought so. I have quite a few things at this point that need to be made in large assemblers. So... I need flotation plants to make mortar. Right, where is that going to happen? I might just put it right in this little corner in here. Why not? Where are flotations? Okay, I don't make flotation tube. Well, that takes a large assembler, so that would be why. Let's just stick it over here somewhere. I don't remember if you take a fluid input, actually. Well, one way to find out. You take water. Okay. You also take lime, which I... Oh, and cement. Just didn't even trigger in my head. So, calcium carbonate becomes lime and carbon dioxide. Do I do that already? Let's see. I mine you, dip you up here. I have calcium carbonate, which comes this way. And I believe is just turned into cyan. You're just calcium carbonate, yes. So I don't have a furnace stack, but I'm actually already waiting on furnaces. Joy. Does look like these miners are pretty much already completely spent at this point, so let me go ahead and clean this up just a smidge. Yeah, you can come too. So I can grab the miners, And get just regular normal miners in here finally. It's hard to tell where these need to be. I think right here is fine. I just can't then go next to it because of the box, but whatever. And then just kind of do this. And that'll be enough to last me a long, long time, I believe. Take the corners off. Is this outside construction range? I bet it is. It does seem to be. I can do that at least. Anything up in this area at all? No. Closest I've got is over there. But I can shove something in the corner, I guess. Yep, that's going to be enough to get it done, at least. I would just like to be able to actually see what's going to happen in there, but let me focus down here first. So I need a furnace stack, but I also need cement, which is aluminum hydroxide, silica, and lime. Wait, more lime? Well, it needs lime and a lime product, okay. And these 3 ingredients are then put into a furnace. Weird, okay, to make cement. That's very strange. Very strange. How much per second do you make? You make a good amount. Okay. So I probably won't need more than one of you. I'm just gonna leave you there as a little reminder to myself that that's what I'm working on, because I don't believe I'm going to finish you in the next 20 minutes. But I do want to work towards you. Yeah, still no furnaces. Let me just kind of hard focus furnaces for a minute then. Because I cannot for the life of me figure out why it's been like 4 hours and I still do not have furnaces. So let me do that. And put those back. So let me look at this a little more carefully. So, you have bricks, have iron, and have ferronickel wire. And most importantly, have fun. These guys. I mean, I understand why I don't have mediums or anything. Mediums take chimneys, and I was planting like 800 chimneys. In fact, I still don't have any chimneys for some reason. But smalls I should have. If anything, I have the chimneys, at least enough to make a couple recipes, but I don't have the smalls, which doesn't make any sense to me. Do I just have crucibles? Yes, I do. Have some. Chimneys, I assume, are also bricks, so have some bricks. In fact, let me, once again, just run up this way and go grab some brick. Brick. Huzzah. So, let's see. Down here somewhere, there's the chimneys. Let's just go throw a whole bunch of brick into them. And that should have them go for a while, at least. Small furnaces, still going. Medium furnaces, missing a different type of brick. Bots are going to pick it up, though. Can't complain about that. And it's already running again. Okay. How many medium furnaces am I missing? 37 apparently, and then 30 of the small furnace 2s. So maybe I will help that out just a little bit and grab some factory brick and go on a little journey with it. Steel as well. And you just need the small furnaces, okay. You need iron rods, have fun. In fact, you can have some of my one-ways. I don't have tier 1 pipe. You'll have to sort that one out yourself. Might not be an awful idea to have one more charge pad in the vicinity. You can even go like right there. Just because this area seems to be getting crowded, though maybe it would be better if it was like up in here somewhere. Just scatter them about. Have fun. Yeah, you're fine. How are you? You're still running. You're still waiting. I mean, fair enough. Still waiting on logic circuits, but, I mean, we can pretty much use as many as I can make and more. I'm kind of impressed that science is running at all, given how many of these we're trying to consume. I've queued a green science. I guess I'll go for this one. What do you have locked? Well, green science packs would be probably a good idea, and you're just place 10 chemical plant 2s. That's not ridiculous. I might go for this one first, rather than trying to jump into an entirely new science pack next. Let's try and be reasonable. Why do you take such weird items? What is this ingredients list? What? Okay, sure. Like, I guess. Okay. I need tier 1 pipes. I guess I was a little early in saying I did not need tier 1 pipes in my inventory anymore, so let me find tier 1 pipes. Please bring me tier 1 pipes. Let's see. Well, I didn't feel the pain when the wind dropped a minute ago, I guess. That was only 2 minutes ago, and I think I've been just going for at least 2 minutes since the last time I checked power, so I guess my expanded turbines or solar or something is making a difference. Yeah, that's a good bit of compressed nitrogen, if I do say so myself. Wish I had any idea how much power this actually, you know, relates to, but it's a good amount. Let's see, so they are bringing me pipe. What do I still need? Looks like heat pipe. Let me see if I can go pick up a random few pieces of heat pipe, which is up above me, not down below. There's heat pipe. So, what's that get me? Literally nothing. Did I even pick up any heat pipe? Or did the bots beat me to it? The bots might have just beat me to it. Let me make some heat pipe. Oh yeah, bots are real eager to grab the heat pipe once it lands. Not even sure how much I need, I'm just grabbing it while I can. I'm gonna assume I need at least 20 if I want to make 10 tier 2 chemical plants. So there's 18. 19, and 20. So what's that going to get me? None. Wait, does each one cost 8? Is that really correct? Okay. Well, let me go grab some brick. Right through this way. And brick. There we are. Yeah, okay, these tier 2 distilleries are just kind of expensive, it seems. Just a little. Okay, so if they're 8 apiece, that's a lot of heat pipe. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that in the short term, but then I don't really know what else I should shoot for. Okay, granted, each recipe does give 2 chemical plants, so it's actually only 40 heat pipe, which is maybe manageable if the bots stop taking it. Being that I did take 20 the very first time, so I only need another 20. Let's put some pipe in there, just to keep it going. Yeah, heat pipe is apparently very popular. Okay, so I've got 2 more recipes, that's going to make 4 of them. So that brings me up to 8. I also have some Logibot somehow. Okay, so this will bring me up to 10. Okay, perfect, that's all I need. Is there anywhere in particular that I would benefit from upgrading my chemical plants? Because I can't think of any off the top of my head. Like, not really. So, once again, I might just, rather than upgrading things at random, especially things that won't even give me any benefit, and especially since they were kind of expensive, I'm just gonna pop these down. So, let's see what that did for me. Hop into here. Doesn't really look like anything. Okay, because I'm also still locked behind the concrete one. Fair enough. Okay, I just have to make concrete. I guess that's my, my goal for next time, is to begin making concrete. I just have to have, enough furnaces in place. Speaking of, how is this doing? Okay, I still need 30 of the small ones and 15 of the medium ones. So I haven't even begun the upgrades with the small furnaces, I don't think. I might have placed like 2. Literally don't even see them though, so maybe not. It might not have done literally any of them. Oh, we do have a we have a healed module, so we have 3% productivity, I guess. Might need it. Maybe. Where'd it go? Oh. Okay, when I pick it up, my personal bot's take it and put it somewhere. So, let me do this. Okay, put you in there, then do this. There we go. I was just trying to put you in there, because that's more meaningful at the moment. Even if I did probably lose the productivity that had built up in here, I'd rather get productivity going in here. Speaking of productivity, I can't make you because I gave away all my steel. And you're missing purple inserters. Where are the purple inserters? You're missing steel gears for some reason. Is steel just having a hard time, or is this just bots being bots? Where do I even make steel gears? You have no steel plate, which you don't. That is correct. And no steel ingots. Because there's no ferronickel. Okay. Why not? Looks like it's all getting eaten by the early stuff, but is that really all of my ferronickel? Yeah, okay. Like the line is moving. I bet I have these in stock. So if I put you here, then all I need to do is get more hydrogen down from somewhere. In fact, right there works for me. I've got the oxygen connection just fine. And then you come this way and go up. There we are. In and out. And just something like that, sure. Unfortunately, until bots come in and place that, that's actually going to be broken, but that is fortunately in construction range. I didn't even check first, which I probably should have. But it'll get taken care of. Okay. What else do I need to do? I'm missing some roboports. I'm missing pipe, which is baffling to me. Maybe I just have a misplaced roboport somewhere, because I definitely should have Tier 2 pipe. Yeah, I've got plenty of pipe, so there's just a misplaced roboport somewhere. Let me see if I can just spot it. It would be somewhere where there's pipe. You! Okay, you're just missing this guy, but you have pipe in your range. I don't think you do. So maybe there's another somewhere? If there is, I don't see it, and that's, whatever it might be would be too much effort to track down. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure it out eventually. Once I'm not needing, 600 of everything, it'll be easier to narrow down. So, let's see. Can I help make any of you at all? Yellow chests? I can do yellow chests. And a few of you. How about you? I can do that. How about you? Steel gears. I remember you. Steel gears just genuinely don't have steel. Okay, this guy should be online. His steam is not being taken. Oh, that is kind of ugly, unfortunately. Okay, I can put you there. But then there's not a lot of very nice ways to get this steam out, so you'll just have to do that. It is what it is. Yeah, that's fine. Would like to see the bots come in and deal with it, though. That would be kind of cool. Just to make sure it works and I haven't accidentally broken everything. Because this would cause nickel to completely back up eventually. Okay, see? That doesn't have power. Can't really leave you like that. So I can upgrade you, though, and that'll work just fine. Also, I guess I never really needed this splitter. You can just go there, and this can be a belt. Thank you, bots. Thank you, bots. You're the best. One more pipe. Okay, no, they're just on break. They're going somewhere else. Wonder where they're going, actually. Oh, okay, you've decided to come over here. I guess I've inadvertently added something to construction range. There you go. That'll give me a little more throughput. Only just, but you know, I guess it's a 1/3 improvement, assuming ore processing behind it keeps up, but these are all Crusher 2s now, so that shouldn't be an issue. I wouldn't think it would be, at least. Why do you not have power? Well, I'm glad I noticed. There you go. And let's make sure that is in build range. Yes, it is. Okay. All good. All solid. Do I need another power stamp? Probably not a bad idea. Though I would have loved to be able to get to the geothermal power tonight. I sadly don't believe that's going to happen in the next 2.5 minutes. What I would like to start looking at, though, is the chelating agent. Making sure that